All right, good morning. Another day of Factorio. Love this game. So what is the plan? Oh, we're finishing up here. Starting to move the train. Very good, very good. Um, oh, it fits. Perfect. Oh, looking good. Yeah, looking good. Pretty sure this is the way I want it, yeah. Maybe I should have put it on that side so I can have... Ah, this is fine. Ah. Okay, so... we need a big power pole. No, actually, we probably don't. And for now, we just fill these up. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Okay, let's go back then. I like this station generally. Trees everywhere. Hit them all. 10 points for each hit. Node Runner shows up and says, "Greetings, this is an unfamiliar stream." Well, nice to meet you, Node Runner. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. We do talk some about... ranting a little bit like a broken record about some types of philosophy and politics, I suppose. And at the moment, we're playing Factorio. Building a pretty nice base. So how are you doing, Node Runner? What am I doing? Oh, right, I need these. These I need to build plenty of these. Oh, that is a lot of them. Some of these as well. Maybe some extra. And some of these. This is probably fine. Alright, I think I screwed up the station up here as well. So we fix that. Yep. Wait. Yeah, because I'm coming this way. And I want to get up here. So how do I do that? Oh, we just make a U-turn over here. Over here is fine. Ooh. Looking good. Ah, here we go. And what do I need in blocks here? Can that just be... No. No, no, no. We want... We can set a waiting point right here. And probably just to make sure we have an extra block. Something like that. Nope. There we go. Yes, that looks good. So they come along here. Maybe stop here. Hopefully not. And then we turn around. We wait here if we have to. But probably we don't have to. And then we go... Oh, that fits. They can wait here as well. A lot of pauses. And then we go here. Fill up. And we go back. Perfect. I need my car. Oh. Why is that saying D? So I fixed the script. I woke up a little bit early this morning. So I got up and fixed the script. So now I should stop clickbaiting, probably. Probably. Oh, wait. Oh, can I? I can. What's the name of this? Coal to oil? I don't know about naming conventions of the stations. Terrible at names. I don't know if you've heard. The plan is to... Maybe we just go north first, call. Maybe we should just use a number instead of first and second and third and fourth and fifth. Maybe we just name them numbers. Yeah, I like that. So it is coal. And we just use the number. And wait, no. North 1 coal. Right? So when we come over here, we name this Northeast 1 coal. Yeah, I like that. Oh, good morning, Colgate in on Tap. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Yeah, I think this... Well, actually, let's rename those to... Use the 1 instead. There we go. change this to a 1 as well. I think I've fixed so you don't have to worry about clickbaiting anymore. Maybe Colgate in on tap. Oh, Colgate in on tap says, I tried Smörgås caviar yesterday. How was it? Salty, I bet. Is one word for it. And what did you try it with? Also a good question. Yeah, I can see it as an acquired taste. But it's mostly salty though, isn't it? Colgate in on tap says, yeah, your script seems to work. I mean, so far it seems to work. We'll see when I switch over games, right? Since I got it up and running this morning before I started streaming, I woke up a little bit earlier. So of course, now I know that I'm not clickbaiting, but we'll see when I switch around. The script is running in the background, checking every minute now. Should be checking every game that I'm playing, but we'll see. All right, so we name this. Name this Northeast 1 stone. I don't even know why I'm picking that up. There we go. Northeast 1 stone. Iron copper. Colgate in on tap says, I tried it first with Karelian pie and didn't like. I think I may have put too much of it. Maybe. Actually, I don't even know what Karelian pie is. Gotta know. Karelian pie. Ooh. Wait. No, that's blueberry pie. Here we go. Finland's most beloved baked good. Is this Karelian pie? Oh. Wait. Yeah. Wait. Is this Karelian pie? We call them piroger in Sweden. Yeah, no. No, I would not put caviar on this. No. That Smörgås caviar, I mean. That seems terrible. So I think any amount is probably too much on that. But who knows? Blasphemous shows up and says, did you check out Utopia? Oh, nice to see you again, Blasphemous. No, not yet. That's why it's still here. Well, actually, let me write that down. It's there because I haven't written it down yet. But I'm planning to check it out soonish. So let's put that. Where am I putting these things? Here? Nope, that's not the button I wanted to press. Alright, but it's not planning yet for a couple of days. There. I don't have to keep it up there anymore. Thanks for asking. Colgate in on tab size. I tried it later with Fileleki and it was fine. I'll look up Fileleki, which is something else, and he'll look up the English word for it. Nice. I have no idea what that is either. Blasphemous says also Brave New World 1980. Yeah, I'll maybe check that out. Yeah, actually, I'll write that down as well. Might as well. There we go. Might as well. Something to watch when end up in that situation. Alright, what am I doing? Alright, we need drop off for coal. I'm pretty sure that's the plan. And we drop off this. This station gets to be drop off coal. So what is the naming convention for drop offs then? Yeah, I probably want oil on this end. So I get some space. Or maybe I don't want it on that end. Maybe I want it... Yeah, no, let's make this into coal drop off. Lord Junior Penguin. Alright, so... No math, please. Oh man. Funny names. So, kinda like... Do I want names on these? Yeah, I need to rename all these things. I need to have a system in place that I'm happy with. Actually, now that I think about it, I can... Wait. We can... Nope. We can change these even further and just name them N1 coal. Alright. And this one becomes N1 iron. And copper. I like that. It says... It gives us the information on what direction it is, how far away it is. Oh, fuck. And what resource it has. So this one is... There we go. An E stone. Perfect. Alright. Oh, didn't find the English word, but Wiener Schnitzel. Oh man, yeah, Schnitzel. Well, Wiener Schnitzel is a sausage. But then you have Schnitzel, which is the... yeah, it is German, right? But we just copy the flat... What is it, like pork kind of thing? So there's one thing that is just Schnitzel, which is the flat porky things with crumbs on it, I suppose. And Wiener Schnitzel, which is the sausage. Both of them sounds like Smuggles Caviar wouldn't be very good with, though. Yeah, that doesn't sound happy. That doesn't sound tasty at all, not to me anyway. Hmm. Yeah, indeed. Alright, so. Need to change the name of all of these as well. The naming here is terrible. Maybe we want a descriptor of the place rather than like the drop-offs. The drop-offs I give names. Like this is smelting. Yeah, smelting. And what resource? Iron. Maybe we use the same thing. So it's like Well, this is the starting out point, right? So this one doesn't get any... Maybe it just gets C for center? Wait. What do you call it when you're... I mean, you can go south, you can go north, but your current spot on the map. When you talk about those types of directions. I don't know. Colgate Innotab says, I'll keep experimenting. You do that. I hope you have a good time. And a good experiment, eggs. Yes, eggs. Definitely. Boiled eggs if you like those. Blasphemous asks, do you know of a Swedish singer named Elephant? No, never heard. Colgate Innotab says, is the surface of the planet randomly generated? I mean, yeah, it's procedurally generated, right? So, kind of random. I've got a seed somewhere. Can I check what seed I have? I can probably see it here. No. Right. Maps exchange string. Is that it? I'm pretty sure that's the seed. They have a seed, yes. So a lot of random stuff, but not completely random. And they have, I'm pretty sure they've changed it since last I played, because these big bodies of water wasn't usually like that. I don't think anyways. So the idea then is they get a C for central, right? It's my central place. And they get zero because we're here, and we get smelting iron. Is that it? Yeah, and I need to fix so you can enter from both sides here. Like another heart here. Wait. Need to be, like, we need U-turns somehow. I'm thinking. Colgate Innotab says, maybe it is just because of different seeds? What do you mean? Yeah, different seeds are like, they use the seeds to make random generations? No, that's probably it. Blasphemous says, I almost bought this game yesterday. It's a great game. Oh, right. Colgate Innotab says, the bodies of water like that. Well, I mean, since I haven't played a long time, like the cliffs are kind of new. Well, I've played a little bit, but most of my playing this game was even before the cliffs and even the random water as well. Like the water were more rare, and the big bodies of water. I mean, there were plenty of small bodies of water, like small like this kind of thing. And the bigger bodies of waters were even bigger. It was more like a lot of small lakes and big fucking oceans. These are huge lakes. If that makes sense. I'm pretty sure that was this. So central, and we're at 0.0 and smelting iron. Alright, because Yeah, smelting tells us what type of resources we want to drop off here. Well, iron does as well. Maybe drop iron? Yeah, all of these can have the same name, can't they? There we go. C0 drop iron. I like that. You can name them all to that. Right. Now all of them get C0 drop iron, and we'll build another one. Just an exact replica of this, where we put C0 drop copper. I like that. That I like. Huh. What are you playing now instead, Blasphemous? I'm curious. Yeah, the way I see it, this is the kind of game. If you like these kinds of games and do enjoy automation and stuff like that, then this game can be a really good time to learn and play around with. All right, then we have, oh, this was a pickup, and we want to drop off the coal here. So we have, we are northeast 1 drop coal, right? Then we put this to drop oil. I wonder what I had this last one for. Actually, I think I need extra drop-offs. All right, but we can start with the coal. Something like this. And we put an extra one right here. All right, so what we do is that we go here, 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 here. Every time we're using coal, we might as well refill the trains, right? Oh, like that. And since we're taking this out, oops. That's a little bit tight. Dive. Another dive. And the last dive. You know what? This is just a one line though. Fuck. Have I built it too tight? No, I can. If I want to, I could just, like here, I could pull out. Phrasing. But I could just leave, so I can make multiple lines of coals if I wanted to. But one is probably fine. We just need to make sure that we do this. Well, not here then. That won't work. Something like this is probably fine. Here we go. Blasphemous asks, this train system is just to deliver coal. No, this stop is to deliver coal. This stop, I don't know yet. This stop is for delivering oil, and this stop is for picking up stone. And I think I'm not sure yet, but I think I need a couple of extra stops here as well. Because I might need other deliveries. But this stop is for, right? The train stops here, puts coal in these chests. Then the chest pulls out the coal. It refills these boxes here. So any train that stops here gets its refill of coal. Just to make sure that it keeps it up and running. And then the rest of the coal goes where? Right. And we're only picking this coal. We have one train that just goes this path, back and forth, dropping off coal. Picking up, dropping off. And that, we're using that because we want to make plastics over here. Since we're gonna do all the petroleum, doing basic oil processing here, which we pull out here and we start. Either we start probably just this way, right? Yeah, we just make a long, we make plastic, we make sulfur, we make sulfuric acid. We create these here. So we make them super fucking long so they will reach over here so we can, So then what we do is we want to make all the chemical plants. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is the end, because if we want to make more oil processing, we'll make it over here. Or over here. Right. Any oil processing expansion is this is probably gonna be enough. If it is not, we go up here and do more oil processing. Or maybe even over here. But yeah, plastic. We need plastics. That is why we're here. To do plastics. Which means we can pull this coal down. Wait. Can pull the coal from... Here's probably fine. And we give some extra room. That enough room? Probably. Probably too much even. That is probably fine. Then we make this long running thing. This is where all the coal is gonna be. Which means we'll... Yeah, and we'll keep pulling in this way as well. Wait, what does plastic need? It only needs petroleum. So, fuck. This was a long time ago I set this up. I remember doing like fiddling around since we use petroleum for many different things. Yes, sulfur, yeah. Right? I remember building it so I can rebalance on the fly if I want to. So if I'm building one line for plastic and one line for sulfuric acid. Actually, yeah, let's do it that way. One line for plastic, one line for sulfuric acid. In the past, I've built so I could just decide to, oh, wait, I want to change this to sulfuric acid. And then the output, I just change directions of the output. Like this. Right? I can decide to, oh, this is plastic. Oh, I'm doing a little bit too much plastic. Instead, I'll switch it over to... But let's not do that. Let's build two different... one for plastic, one for sulfur, not sulfuric acid, but for sulfur. Right, which means that I can probably put these chemical plants just next to each other. And then that means we'll have... We want some extra space here? Probably. Yeah, we might as well. Here, is that enough? That's probably fine. Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. Something like that, and we have power lines like this. Yep. That is the setup. Super fucking simple, so I don't really need a blueprint for this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's probably fine. And we pull this out here. Oh, can I do it? Nope. That's not what I want. Damn it. A double miss. Alright, that is looking good. Wait, do I want to... Probably want to pull it over here. It's fine. I cannot remember. It's this one, isn't it? Actually, let's... So many things to build. I haven't double checked, but pretty sure they will stay the same. Wait, what's this? Oh, we're pulling... Right. The petroleum goes in here. That goes over here. And we'll get it over here. Perfect. So now we're pulling in the petroleum for the plastic as well. We got coal, we got petroleum. So plastic is now fine. And the plan is to pull plastic all the way over here. Just go, go, go all the way. Oops, not that far. But here-ish. Actually, let's make 2 lines of plastic. Plastic is useful, and we want a lot of it. Alright, good, good, good. We can actually do this thing. Not here, but here. Oh. 3, and here. Do the same here and here. There we go. Looking perfect. Alright, so that's plastic. And next is sulfur. And for that we need water. I think I have an extra water pump laying around. No, I don't. Ooh, can we set it here? No. This is actually a good place to pull in water. We need water here as well, so maybe not here, but here? Yeah, that's fine. And we pull in all the water. So we continue to... Alright, so then we take an extra couple of... Wait, and this only needs water and petroleum, right? So what we do is that we take petroleum... Do we need extra space? I mean, we could double up and fill out plastic from both sides here. We could have another plastic filler here if I wanted to, right? Nah, we probably won't need more plastic than this. This is the end though. If I want more plastic than this, I'm screwed. So, if something is worth doing, it is worth overdoing. So... Oh fuck, I need more. That's it. And... this. Oh. Ooh, that won't work. That just won't work. Wait, actually, will it work? No. So just for now, wait. It's just God, that's just annoying. That's gonna work though. Okay. And that little bit was a little bit annoying, but what you gotta do. Alright, and that is actually, I like this, because then we can just use this to pull that into... How much space do I need? Probably that is fine. This is so fiddly, this stuff. Alright. No, that's not the way we want it. We want it this way. Well, actually, I can probably, just to save space. That probably works out. And now I forget, which side was it? That was not the side I want to know. Then I could just come with the water here. Right, that's gotta check out. You create sulfur. Oh no, that won't work. Well, I can make it work. I can make it work, can't I? Yeah, this is when I was talking about oil and how much stuff it is to fiddle around with. This was what I was thinking about. The small placements that are so important. If you get this wrong, all these pipes with different fluids, well, I'm pretty sure they fixed, so the piping it's not that terrible. But if you got it wrong, you had to rebuild everything. And since mixing fluids just made it so that the fluid got everywhere. So you had to remove all the pipe bits and replace them if you screwed up. Like if you got water in the petroleum pipe or the other way around. Let's just start over. Oh, I need more chemical plants. It's not super balanced, but this is fine. Right. These are standing right next to each other while these have a gap in between, and I'll live with it. Since these have to have a gap in between. Well, they don't have to, I suppose. I could change this. Yeah, this is a lot of wasted space. A lot of wasted space. So, yeah, let's redo everything anyway. Oops. Yep, redoing everything. Wait. Problem with redoing everything is that this will be unpassable. Since I can't use the pipe to ground ones, I need to use just regular pipes. Which means every time I get over here, I need to run around. I cannot run in between these. I need to run around. Which is super fucking annoying, so no. We had a good plan. We had a good plan. Just imagine if we do this all the way over here to the bus. And every time I wanted to go up here, I would have to go around. Like if I come down here, oh, and I want to go here, I would have to go down, or I would have to cut it open just to move through, and that would be too fucking annoying. That's unacceptable. This is the way to do it. Right, I'll show you, just make it clear like this. I can't jump over this or anything. This is just having a long like super long line. That is unacceptable. That is why I have this, all the pipe to grounds everywhere, just to be able to, it's super annoying to walk through it still, but I can walk through it if I want to. So do you think I remember this time? That's gotta be the one, right? That's water. That's petroleum. Perfect. So we place down a couple of these. Place them back. So where's my car? Where's my car, dude? Dude. Transport belts. Wait. Transport belts. There we go. All of them. Well, what's that? 12k? That's usually quite all right amount. And we want 2 outputs here as well. Do I want to double up on the... Like I did double up the plastic, right? Do I want to double up the sulfur as well? That's batteries, right? Sulfuric acid. Which becomes batteries. And explosives. We're gonna want the cliff explosives. Oh, fuck. I think I need more space. Right, we don't have it yet, but we do get more oil processing. Right, turning the different, like we get from right now we're just getting petroleum, right? But we will get petroleum, light oil, heavy oil, and we can make conversions between them. Can convert, if we want to, we could convert everything into petroleum. And I need space to do that. Usually a good way, like pulling everything out here and then turning it here. Fuck. Fuck. Get in on tab says, don't let anyone ever tell you that you are not astoundingly persistent. Oh? Are you talking to me specifically, or is that just anybody? Is that like a tip for life? Don't let anyone ever tell you that you are not astoundingly persistent. Or are you saying that I am astoundingly persistent? I mean, people can think and feel however they like, I suppose. So they can tell me, I mean, I can't control what anyone else tells me about myself. I can choose to ignore them and distance myself from those, what they are saying, but... Oh. You see this screw up down here? I can just fix that by taking a step to the left over here. But I don't want to. I want that extra space in here. I need to figure out how to solve this. Do I want to rip this out? I kinda don't want to rip this out. I really don't want to rip this out. Oh man, nice. Colgate on tap says, just put up a random Inspiribot quote to see if it is truly inspiring. Do you feel inspired? No, I mostly feel confused. I mean, I suppose astoundingly persistent could be read as either an insult or a compliment. It doesn't, I mean, do you get inspired by a compliment? I mean, you could get inspired by both compliments and insults, I suppose. They could be inspiring. But I'm guessing that is not what a bot is going for. Where does inspiration come from? Actually, that's one word that I haven't looked into a lot. Talking about being persistent. I am kind of persistent. Oh. I like looking stuff up on Wikipedia. Here we go. Inspiration, inspired often refers to artistic inspiration, biblical inspiration, creative inspiration. When a new invention or inhalation. Oh? Didn't know that. I'm guessing we're talking about this. Artistic inspiration. But I'm guessing that creative inspiration and artistic inspiration, they are very similar, I suppose. Just different. I mean, artistic is creative. Creative? Right, so I'm guessing it's this. Let's see. Blasphemous says, someone may think they are not very good, but they are persistent at least. At something? They can be persistent at something. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's... I would actually remove at least, because persistency like that leads to improvements, right? If you're persistent in doing something, you get better at it. Just by doing it over and over and practicing. I mean, being persistent is practicing, isn't it? Colgate InnoTap links to Inspiribot for anyone who needs inspiration. Actually, I'm a little bit curious. Blasphemous says, hopefully. Yeah, not necessarily, but yeah, hopefully. Most of the time. Most often. Not always, but most often. It's an unconscious burst. Unconscious, eh? So, from this, if we go by this definition, then the Inspiribot... Well, I mean, I suppose we can affect the unconscious mind, I suppose. Burst of creativity. Well, like muses and stuff like that. So this is a muse. This is supposed to be a muse then. I am Inspirobot. I am an artificial intelligence dedicated to generated unlimited amounts of unique inspirational quotes for endless enrichment of pointless human existence. Oh man, I love that. So, generate? Oh, it's not only a quote, it's an image with the quote. I love it. Feeling fed up? Why don't you get a girl? Oh man, that's the moral of the story. Get a girl. Oof. Let's make a baby, is what you're saying. But what you're thinking is pull my hair. That's inspirational. What the fuck is with this image? This is like, we were talking about rape culture yesterday, right? Is this rape culture? Alright, what more do we have? Progressive filmmakers visualize what obedient filmmakers bury. Progressive filmmakers visualize what obedient... Oh my god, I love this thing. It's super fucking rude, isn't it? Super fucking rude. Just because an act is a spade? Wait, just because an act is a spade, it doesn't mean that a spade is an act. Oh man, oh man. With human laughter come human starvations. That's inspirational. Yes. Let's make some people starve. Oh man, I love this. Blasphemous says, is it an AI if it just gives you a random quote? I wonder if it is a random quote, if it's just a list of quotes, or if it is an AI that actually creates quotes. I like the text at the bottom of the page, says Blasphemous. Feeling mindless, enter a mindfulness mode. Turn on your speakers and press start to artificially, intelligently generate infinite amounts of fullness for your empty human mind. Alright, I think I need to lower my volume and press start.
Meditate on this insight. After the book comes the fire.
Wow. Wow. I mean,
The world wants you to regret.
this, I love this site. It's so fucking rude. Right? It's all sarcasm. This whole site is just sarcasm. Mindfulness mode, it's like, you suck. That's mindfulness. Oh man. Yeah. Alright, so I get it. They probably meant persistent as an insult. Well, so it's not really random quotes. Yeah. I found this very funny. Oh man. Alright. I feel no extra inspiration to actually solve my problem here. Alright, so let's go by the same thing we went with before, that everything worth doing is worth overdoing. Which means I need to... Wait, can I... I cannot. So how the fuck do I do that? Like this? Blasphemous says, I've been referring to mindfulness as mindlessness for years. Yeah, actually, isn't that a better way to put it? Mindlessness? Well, it's quite interesting how both those terms are apt for what one is trying to do when one is practicing mindfulness or mindlessness. Blasphemous says it is more honest. I mean, it depends on your interpretation. I wouldn't say it's more honest. Like mindfulness, they mean that the mind is filled with the present, right? It's filled with the presence. No extra stuff going on, right? It's so you could interpret it either way, I suppose. I would say both words work. Because it's full of experience, but it's less thought, right? Parts of the mind. It depends on what you focus on. And I'm guessing they are not... The focus when trying to do it is not about trying to lessen the thoughts. The focus should be more on trying to be full of the present. I'm guessing. So it depends on you're looking at the descriptive parts or the aim of the practice. If that makes sense. Colgate In on Tab says, sometimes it gives horoscopes, for example, Pisces, responsible, loved by everybody, probably named Julian or something. Oh man. that's fucked up website. Alright, so... Wait. There we go. Thinking... Wait. Something like this? Oh. Alright. Probably named Julian or something. Perfect. Alright. And do I really want to flip it over like that? I don't, do I? Oh, hello, Skywalker. How are you doing? Oh man, we were talking about cancel culture. Something you said, Blasphemous, really stuck in my mind. Let's see, what was it again? It was... oh, winning. We were talking about winning. That if they manage to cancel something, like I was hesitant to view it that way. Like they were winning. Right? That stuck with me because I came from the, like I was talking about it, it's an emotional reaction, right? They find something that they feel icky about somehow, and they try to get rid of it. That's the perspective I had. But then you had a very interesting perspective that there's another motivation behind that behavior. And it's the feeling of feeling powerful. It's about being in control, right? It's about power and feeling powerful. That I did this. I changed. I was part of changing something big, something that everybody is aware of. Like I was part of removing a cartoon from a Hollywood movie. That was me. I did that. And that's like it's not even a power fantasy. Like there's many games like Path of Exile, for example. That's a power fantasy game. And it's about feeling powerful. And getting that, but not even from a game, but from real life consequences. And that is, right? That checks out with the winning perspective that you had. It's not only something that they don't like, it's also feeling powerful of removing that thing. Which actually, it makes more sense why it's called cancel culture. Because the like people who gets part of these groups, probably, I mean, part of it, like there's probably different degrees. Some people is just in it for the power and the power trip, while other people are more about the other part, right? And there's probably a spectrum. Some people reacting differently. Some people have different motivations. But I found that just stuck in, like, that's a perspective I hadn't had on cancel culture before. But it makes a lot of sense. Because we do enjoy feeling powerful. Will to power, right? We do want our political views or ethical views to be like how life works out. Alright. This game is super fucking hard playing one-handed, Skywalker. So you just get a little bit of cuddles. Blasphemous says, instead of walking down the street chanting, "This is what democracy looks like," imagine the protesters chanting, "This is what mob mentality looks like." I mean, I can't imagine that. That wouldn't really... what's it called? That would be bad rhetorics, right? Usually, a big mob like that usually nowadays have better rhetorics than that. So I mean, I can imagine it happen, like I can see it in front of me, someone doing that, but I can't see it happen, right? The rhetorics doesn't check out. And I mean, isn't democracy, isn't that mob mentality? I mean, it's the group thinking as one. We've been talking about the group making decisions. Blasphemous says, this happened right outside my home. I mean, they were chanting the first quote, right? This is what democracy looks like. Also, that's actually quite terrible. I've only been to the one protest ever, and we weren't chanting. And we only stuck around for like 2 hours or something, but I can imagine if you're like going around chanting for hours and hours and hours, then maybe it gets a little bit boring and you want to change stuff up and you start chanting different things. But I would still say that this is what democracy looks like. It's not very, I mean, that doesn't say anything about what you're fighting for, right? So the rhetorics of that is, I mean, it's more, it doesn't do anything, like semantically, right? It doesn't mean anything. Right, sure, if you feel that democracy looks like this, that's fine, but so what? What is your goal? What do you want to achieve? And that doesn't help at all. Well, the second quote, if they were running around, walking around chanting, this is what mob mentality looks like, that's even hurting them, right? Oh, that has to be a straw man, what Blasphemous just said. They don't know what they are fighting, what they were fighting for. It was more of an opportunity to post selfies on Facebook. That is a straw man. That has to be a straw man. Like, you didn't ask them, did you? I don't believe that one bit. I don't buy it, Blasphemous. I don't buy it, not most of them, no. I can buy that maybe, like, if you have 100 people, I don't know, maybe 20 of them just show up because something fun is happening. I can see that happening, but nowhere near the majority. I mean, those people would not have showed up if it was something on the different end of the political spectrum. Like, I don't know what it was. I assume it was the Black Lives Matters, because that is what you know. That's what it was called, right? I assume that was the one. So I would have assumed if there was a chant with neo-Nazis chanting whatever, the same people would not have showed up, which makes your statement a straw man. I'm pretty sure. Like, opportunity to post selfies? Yeah, post selfies with some political affiliations, but not with others. Since that is the case, what you just did, it's a total straw man. Maybe a few, like a small 0 point something percentage would show up either way. I can see that happening, sure. But that's not most people. Most people would have to agree with whatever. Colgate on tab says, I've been in some protests for shits and giggles, yeah. I don't even know what they were protesting for. Well, I mean, you were there, so you must have... Oh, right, I've been on one Oh, I remember one protest I was at, and I didn't quite understand it. They were chanting "Reclaim the streets," and I was walking around just asking people, "Who are you reclaiming the streets from? The government? Didn't the government build the streets? So how can you be reclaiming them?" And no one had any answer. I had a good time that protest. Yeah, I had a really good time just asking everybody, who are you reclaiming them from? Please tell me. Nobody had an answer. It was just, reclaiming it from the man. Well, the man built the streets. Society built the streets, and you want to reclaim them from society? I don't understand. It was a very strange interaction. So yeah, I mean, I can see your point. Like, some people do that, but at the same time, I would have noticed if they were like neo-Nazis or Nazis or whatever, and I would have left. I would have left, right? I did leave eventually, but there is like, we've been talking about distances in politics, right? If the distance between my politics and their politics were too far off, then I wouldn't have meshed. I mean, I would, like, if there were neo-Nazis, and I'm just thinking that just walking around asking questions, being obstinate as I am, as I tend to be, asking those annoying fucking questions, I can see myself getting beat up by doing that, so therefore I probably wouldn't, yeah. Indeed. If that checks out. Right. Colgate in on tab said, "I am a simple man. I see an angry mob. I join." I mean, most people are like that. We are flock creatures. We are social creatures, right? The individuation is a thing. We like going to concerts and just disappear in the crowd, be one of the crowd. That's it. That is a good feeling. Like, even for introverts, it is a good feeling. Blasphemous says, "Sometimes it's called virtue signaling." Yes, exactly. All right. Yeah, that I can get behind. People have an ideology that they agree with. They were ideologues, right? And they just know people with the same idealistic ideas as me are going around chanting. So I'll join up because this is my in-group. And from that point, one could say that whatever they are protesting against does not matter for a lot of people, because they're just part of that group. They identify as being part of that group, and therefore whatever the group says, they agree with. I can get behind that. I can get behind that interpretation, that a lot of people don't care because but then again, it's still, they would, if you ask them, even if you had a discussion with them, they would still argue the ethics and politics and their own worldviews for whatever issue was the issue that was being protested, right? If that makes sense. Blasphemous says, "I see non-stop hypocrisy from both sides." Even with the new definition about different perspectives on stuff, you still call it hypocrisy. How would you? I mean, I don't understand what you mean when you say hypocrisy here, and what could you exemplify it more specifically? What is the hypocrisy? Blasphemous says, yes, and when they do that, it is a chance to take selfies and post about it on Facebook for fake social points. I mean, part of it is fake social points, but they are politically engaged, right? So partly it's for clout, fake social points, which are not fake. I mean, they get a sense of belonging and, I don't know, they get a good feeling from that clout. Like, they get a good feeling, so it's fake is a little bit harsh, but I get the point. But there's also, since they're idealistic, part of it is the political pursuit, right? And just as with the protest, which is it is a political action, right? Posting politics on Facebook is also a political action. They are increasing awareness from their mind, right? Increasing awareness of the question. I mean, yeah, I agree with you that there's probably a lot of clout. It could even be subconscious. It could be conscious or subconscious clout, and that's a big part of it. But their post hoc, if you would ask these people, their post hoc explanations would be that of they would not put it that way, right? And since they would not put it that way, it's a disservice, and you deciding what's in their minds rather than letting them decide what's in their minds. If that makes sense, right? You can have a hypothesis what is happening in their mind, but you don't know. So your interpretation of what is going on is just by that situation less worth than their interpretation. I buy that there's probably a lot of unconscious stuff going on, but you claiming you know more what happens in some rando's mind than they know is I can't really get behind that, if that makes sense. I don't want anyone else to decide what's going on in my mind, right? I want to be the judge of that. I want to be able to say, this is what's going on in my mind. And I would anyone who would disagree with me, well, I would love it because I would love to have that argument, right? But if they would insist that they know better what is happening in my mind, they are fucking wrong. It's just not possible, right? It's not possible. Right, Blasphemous says, for example, last summer everyone should stay at home because of COVID. Yeah, that is the rhetoric that was going around, yeah. Everybody should stay at home because of COVID, but let's go out and protest in the street with thousands of people because of our cause is important. Yeah. I mean, that's political and personal value judgments, right? I've been behaving similarly, right? For me, free speech, actually freedom of expression, I don't know. I want people to be able to say what they want without fear, right? But at the same time, I've been using that example before, right? I don't want to hear the neo-Nazis, right? You can have your ethics where you end up in a dilemma, right? What do I value more? Is this more important or is that more important? And they made a value judgment where they valued the protest to be more important. That's not hypocrisy. That's just having... And also maybe they... Like, not all of the people who were out protesting did care about the value judgment of staying indoors. So I don't see that as a hypocrisy at all. Like, I just see it that they made a value judgment where they valued the protests over staying indoors because of COVID. Blasphemous says, then a few months later, oh no, why is the other side protesting? COVID is still around. Yeah. And that, I mean, that's rhetorics, right? Any way you can step on the other person, they do that. I don't see that as hypocrisy at all. It's just them trying, like, I'm not for censorship. I'm not for it. I'm not for it at all. So I don't like either one blaming the other for being out protesting. Well, maybe because of COVID? I don't know. And also, I mean, was it the same people doing the same thing? And I can see that happening as well, right? Because they made a new value judgment. It's not the same from that person. Like, it's two different questions, a completely new value judgment. I can see how conflict would arise from that, and that would piss a lot of people off in the way it pissed you off, right? I can see that happening because it doesn't seem consistent. But from the people doing that, oh well, this was a political question that I felt important about. The thing that they are thinking is just stupid. That doesn't matter. They should stay inside. Right? They're doing that same thing that I do not like. They are deciding what's in other people's minds. Telling them what is right and what is not. Like there is some sort of objective morality, right? When we do it, I mean, yeah. So I don't like that type of behavior myself, but I can see it, and I wouldn't call it hypocrisy, I don't think. Maybe that is the definition of hypocrisy, though. Maybe I don't like the word hypocrisy, because maybe I think the word itself is lacking. If that makes sense. Colgate In on Tap said, taking selfies is a great way to grow a virtual app. Virtual PP. Oh, right. Clout is the new word for it. Because women do it as well. Blasphemous said, people become extremely predictable in time, especially when they follow the herd. Yeah, I can get behind that. Yeah, groups are easier to predict. Like that's like if you go to a metal concert, there will be a mosh pit. Well, in certain types, not all metal concerts, but depending on the music band, right? You can know there will be a mosh pit. It's easy to predict. See, that is where the hypocrisy comes from. Oh, well, there is this thing in psychology. It's called de-individuation, right? I don't run around pushing and hitting people in my regular life, but if I'm part of a mosh pit, I'm behaving completely differently, right? I don't see that as being. I have been so far against violence that I have called me in the past. I've called myself a. What is it called again? Someone who refuses to take up arms. I don't remember. I don't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. There is a word for it. Like I've been that against violence. But I have been part of a mosh pit, all the same. Is that hypocrisy? Maybe. See, that is where the hypocrisy comes from. It comes from the group behaving differently than the individual. Wait, is that hypocrisy? No, if one side does something and then complains when the other side does the same thing. But in their mind, it's not the same thing. Is it? No, it's not the same thing. It's a completely different situation in their mind, right? Yeah, completely different. Blasphemous says, and this is how cancel culture works. Let us cancel this, but let's not cancel this other thing because I like it. No, I think cancel. I think you do have you do have a point, but I think that mostly cancel culture is reactionary, right? We were talking about that yesterday. Cancel culture is more reactionary than that. Right? Like I said, if you would ask someone who cancelled the cartoon we talked about yesterday, Terrible with Names again, and you would give them, like you would ask them, show them, oh, this is Quagmire, isn't he very rapey? They would probably agree with you, yeah, let's cancel this as well. Right? It's not hypocritical, it's just that is what they are aware of and emotional about at this very moment. So that is what matters to them. Oh, fuck this. I screwed that up. Alright, so this is water then. Wait, why am I doing this? Oh, right, because I want to go like this. Colgate In on Tap says that virtual PP was virtual penis. Yes, exactly. And a pacifist. Yeah, I called myself a pacifist for the longest time in my youth. Right, but I still was a part of that. And I was... Yeah, I don't know. They are following what the herd is thinking. Yeah, both the oh, fuck, I hate that word. The individuation? Fuck, no, I can't pronounce it. I can probably type it out, though. The individuation. I think that's, yeah, the individuation. Here we go. Concept of social psychology that's generally thought of the loss of self-awareness in groups, although it's a matter of contention. Oh, right. Social, I mean, maybe this is not a thing then. But it is kinda, I mean, you can see it in yourself, right? You behave differently in a group. And like I don't know, the loss of self-awareness is extreme. That's not the view I had of it. It's just that the individual's locus of control, it's like you follow along with the group. It's like peer pressure, kinda. It's about being part of the group and you act in accordance with how the group acts rather than making your own decisions, kinda. Right? And that is following the herd rather than deciding on their own. Yeah. They decided on their own that I'm part of this group. That is the decision that they made. I decided to be part of this group, and then I just follow along what the group does. And I see that is how humans work, right? I mean, not necessarily. It easily ends up in that way, though. Like I have my ethics and my politics, like we've been talking about that. I have those things. But if there was my family was in danger or whatever, like if someone asked me, oh, well, this guy can save your family's life, but he's refusing to, you need to torture him. Then I'm like, oh yeah, give me the rusty knives. That's not even the individual. Well, it's me being part of that family, right? I'm thinking for the family, not for myself and the ethics of torture. I'm just acting based on what the group needs. The group needs me to torture, then that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, and that's we've been talking about that for a couple of days now, and like a couple of weeks, that your ethics, your politics, and your actions, whether they are the group action or the individual actions, they are not the same. And calling one a hypocrite becomes pointless, because then everybody in the entire world is a hypocrite. And if everybody is a hypocrite, then no one is a hypocrite. The word loses its meaning, doesn't it? Actually, hypocrisy. That's actually super interesting. But I mean, yeah, they, like you say, groups become predictable. I can see that, yeah. Let's see. They are following what they heard is thinking rather than deciding on their own. Yep. Similar, but we are also not canceling it. Right. Individuation. Oh, fucking word. How many true individuals do you know now? I don't know what you mean by know and true individuals. How many do I meet on a regular basis? I mean, if I just want to name people that I've met and know of, then I don't know, maybe 100. I'm just spitballing here. Like, how many people I meet? Do you count as a true individual, or are you just a name on the screen? I think I need to. I mean, I can answer the question in so many different ways. I mean, one could say that, well, every person on the planet is an individual, so then I would know of how many people are there? Like billions, right? What is it, like 9 billion? I'm just guessing. I don't remember that. One should try their best not to be a hypocrite. All right, I'm going to read this hypocrisy before checking that, but I want to point out that that's a value judgment, right? There's a should, ought. There's an ought in there, which makes it your perspective, right? It's your opinion that people should try their best not to be a hypocrite, not to act outside their own ideas of ethics and philosophy. And I mean, I can get behind that most of the time, not always. Right? I think people can be fluid in their ethics and politics. Yeah. There is fluidity to it, right? When you start comparing different things, it becomes super fucking fluid, because what is most important to you? All right. Blasphemous says true individuals not buying into herd mentality, but everybody does. Everybody buys into herd mentality. A true individual buys into herd mentality. We are a herd animal. We live in groups. That's what our species does. We organize ourselves into groups, saying that they are not true individuals because depending on your perspective, right? If there's people that do not, and I'm one of those. I'm terrible at being a part of the group. I'm terrible at it. So from one perspective, from some people's views, they see me as not being a true individual. Right? It's a value judgment. It's about ideology again, right? You paint out, this is what the ideal person looks like, everybody who does not fit this mold can fucking die off. Let's get rid of them. Or they have to change the way they think. And I don't get behind that. I don't get behind your idea of true individuals, Blasphemous. Your interpretation of that, what a true individual can or cannot be, I don't get behind that at all. And that's fine, right? We can have our different opinions. All right, let's see here. Hypocrisy is the practice of engaging in the same behavior or activity which one criticizes another, or the practice of claiming of having moral standards or beliefs which one's own behavior do not conform. Yeah. And that is, yeah, I don't like this word. Not anymore. Since everybody is a hypocrite. Well, I mean, if we can use it not as a black and white kind of definition, and more of a scale. Like you said, you were doing that. I just missed it, I think. Because you said your statement was one should try their best not to be a hypocrite. I mean, like if we just change that, actually, yeah, I would want to change that to just be one should try their best to be less of a hypocrite. If we make it into a scale, how much hypocrisy you are doing, then I can get behind this word. Having it black and white, like a binary statement, doesn't work because everybody is a hypocrite. But from your ethics, you're saying that one should have a goal. Well, you should have a goal to be move towards less hypocrisy. That I can get behind. I would agree with you on that statement then. Yeah. For my personal ethics, right? My code of ethics. I would want to move more to be to have my behavior to be in alignment with my ethics and my politics. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Me wanting to move in that direction. Yeah. Blasphemous says, yes, sorry, my wording is not always the best. Oh man, don't apologize. I mean, one could argue that, I mean, I'm interpreting your words, right? So maybe it was my interpretation that was bad. Right? It's communication. It's a two-way street. I felt if we're in agreement with what I just said, if you would say, yeah, you said yes, right? Then I felt we did a great job in communication, right? Communication being a two-way street. Yeah, I felt we did a pretty good job. Two to tango, two to communicate. But also I would, this hypocrisy thing, I would not necessarily equate that to herd mentality. Right? Because a lot of our ethics and morality and politics, right? We get that from listening to other people. Groups end up in agreement, and then you act in accordance with that group. I don't see that necessarily as hypocrisy. I mean, the ethics from that point is to fight. I mean, let's just I mean, this is me misrepresenting what's going on, but for the thought experiment, what I want to express, their protest, and actually that goes back to this is what democracy looks like. That is fighting, like their ethics and what they're all about is fighting against fascism, right? If we put it that way, then there is no hypocrisy. Right? We go out protesting against the fascist. When the fascist is protesting, we are trying to shut the fascist down. there is no hypocrisy in that. If their ethics, if their politics is about shutting someone else down, which cancel culture is all about, right? It's about shutting someone else down, and that is their ethics. That is their full idea, which checks out, doesn't it? That their idea is about tearing someone else down. Like, that's a lot of the communist propaganda is about. It's about tearing capitalism down. It's more about that rather than building something else up, isn't it? That bothers me. I'm not for that, but that is the rhetorics and the ethics that they have. So there is no hypocrisy there, then, I suppose. Right? Blasphemous says, I feel the more hypocrisy someone has, the more difficult it becomes to then take the person's word and action serious. Well, I mean, the more hypocritical, the more hypocrisy someone has, yeah, right? The more you notice someone, right? Because they become untrustworthy. And that's a value judgment you make towards individuals, right? We do that all the time, both subconsciously and consciously. We look at other people and we make judgments about them. How trustworthy are they? If we come to a conclusion, these are not trustworthy, then we stop trusting them. But also, I mean, you are making interpretation about other people's actions, and you are making the value judgment if, I mean, someone else's hypocrisy is not about them. It's about your view of them, right? Because you are the interpreter of their actions and their statements. Like I just did, I could flip it around, the behavior that you explained, I could flip it around and make it not hypocritical, right, with a different interpretation. That's why I try. It's fucking hard. Principle. I try to follow this as far as I can. Principle of charity or charitable interpretation requires interpreting a speaker's statement or behaviors. I mean, I have made this my own thing. Statements or behaviors in the most... I don't like this word here. Not at all. In the best way possible. In the case of an argument, considering its best, strongest possible interpretation. I don't like this. I don't like that word here at all. I would remove that, but that's what I'm trying to do, right? Trying to do that always. Because most people don't usually go in for this. This is not the goal. Most people within their own mind is consistent. That is... Oh, fuck, what's that called again? Is it saving face? Serving honor or prestige. Face is a class of behaviors and customs operating in different countries and cultures associated with morality, honor, and authority. Like, if we get caught out, like being hypocritical, most people get red in the face, right? They blush. Because they don't want to that is not the goal, and they get embarrassed by it and they try to behave differently, right? Most people are trying to be consistent. That makes sense. Both sides do it all the time, says Blasphemous. Wait, I think I missed. No, both sides do it all the time. Take, for instance, the right. They talk about how much they care about human life and how they are against abortion. But at the same time, the people of their party are very pro-war and usually capital punishment as well, right? That's where my mind went. And they don't care much about the human life after it leaves the womb. Yeah. Right? And that's because they value those situations differently. Like most people have not practiced ethics, right? Ethics, it's not something that we just naturally know. It's something that we learn about. We can learn about. We have the capacity to learn about ethics and study ethics. Any code of ethics that is just generated instinctively by people becomes super inconsistent because every situation is different, right? While ethics, the study of ethics, is trying to generalize. And that is something that if you haven't studied how to generalize in that sense, you just can't do it naturally, right? If you don't have instinctively, not naturally, instinctively is the word that I'm trying to use. Some people have aptitude and interest for ethics, like me, for example. So I start generalizing and practice this on my own because of the fun of it, right? But others do not. And calling them out for not knowing anything, it's like calling me out for not understanding set theory. I mean, that's kind of rude, isn't it? I've never studied set theory, not properly, so I don't understand it. If that makes sense? Yeah, they don't care much about human life after it leaves the womb. No. Well, yeah, I can get behind that. And I would probably agree with you that that ends up somewhere on the hypocrisy scale. If I would value that type of politics, I would probably value it somewhere there. But also, I'm just pointing out that they are like a lot of that ethics comes from a super inconsistent book. And I don't agree with that book. It is consistent to them because they are not taking the time to view things from the outside of the bubble that they have made for themselves. Exactly. It is consistent to them because they don't see the difference, right? They're not making that comparison. You are, as an outside viewer. From an outsider's perspective. Right? And that is the reason why I love discussions so much. And why I like disagreements, right? Because I have many of these bubbles in my head, and you do too, like, we all do. We have these bubbles in our minds and ideas in our minds that doesn't hold up to scrutiny. And I like that scrutiny because I like to generate the ideas that I would be considered to be the ideas that I really like. Because I like when the ideas hold up to scrutiny. Others have the opposite idea. You are not allowed to scrutinize. That is not what my ethics is based on. And I'm guessing that if you are religious, as long as it's consistent and you can quote the Bible towards something or whatever religious text, then that code of ethics is consistent, I suppose. And they had made that type of value judgment about their ethics. And it's consistent for them. While maybe you and me would... wait, what am I looking for? Me and you would value it as hypocritical from our point of view, while they would not from theirs. Alright, so what we do then is that we bring water in here. Time is it? Oh, we're fine. Plenty of time. Oh, nope. I almost forgot. We need water over here. This is ugly like shit, but when we blow this up, we can fix that if we want to. If we feel the need. And this is the way I want it. Come on, yes. Looking way prettier. And move this here and here. And I really enjoy, I've been trying to do it as much as I can lately, right? Trying to use the charitable principle, right? Trying to explain any type of behavior or hypocrisy in a way that lessens my value judgment of the hypocrisy, right? If that makes sense. Because I feel that is the best way. If the goal in the end is to find some sort of, oh no, I can't walk here. I can walk here, it's fine. If the goal is to find some type of political agreement, which for me it is, right? I'm looking for inclusivity. I would like to include people I disagree with into finding some sort of compromise. And I feel the best way to move in that direction is to the principle of charity, right? That is my belief, that the principle of charity is super fucking good for doing that thing. For understanding someone else's perspective and facing it in the best possible light. Blasphemous says that this is like a dystopian SimCity, is talking about the game, where the people are gone and all that matters is the production. What are you talking about? I think the word you meant to use is utopia. All the people are gone? And even from your perspective, that has got to be a utopia, right? With your views on people. All the people are gone. Isn't that a utopia? And all you get to do is just watch numbers grow. It becomes the dystopia when you put the biters in, because you're under constant attack and you need to defend yourself all the time. Well, I mean, maybe you find that enjoyable. You get to slaughter millions and millions of Zergs. Maybe you think that would be fun. I don't, so I don't, right? Oh, man. Alright. We gotta blow that up in the future. Yes, indeed. Alright, so what's over here? This here is gonna be pulled out. I mean, all of these are gonna be pulled out, but I think I can put a hard border here. I'm pretty sure I won't pull them. No, there's no way I'm pulling them further out than this, so I can put a hard border here. Actually, what kind of border do I want? Actually, I can just go by this, which gives me all of this for some oil processing. It's gonna be tight. Nah, it's probably enough. This is probably enough for the oil processing when we get to that point, I think. Blasphemous says, no, I feel bad when the native inhabitants gets moved out from their homes and attacked by the invaders. Oh, well, but it's not me attacking. I'm just defending my home. Like, I crash landed on this planet, so I'm just building my home. And they attack me, so I'm just defending myself. It's not about me attacking them, like me building nukes and going around and clearing the map. That's just self-defense, Blasphemous. Don't you see? It's just self-defense. The natives are the aggressive ones. It's not my fault they don't like pollution. Pollution is great. Oh man, I feel a little bit sick now. Oh man. Sometimes sarcasm can be fun though. Whoops. We want you there. Alright, so we got the pump. Is it time? No, right. We need to start the train. The train, we need a coal. I haven't fixed the coal yet. Oh man. Yeah, right? I wish that people thought more about their ethics and their actions. And whatever action the group they are being part of is taking. That I would like to see. More caring about those things. Like if they would have thought like I remember that. I found it so unfortunate. The Black Lives Matters thing. I think it's a worthwhile thing to fight for, I suppose. That people don't get killed by the cops for whatever reason. Actually, I don't know. It feels like it's a worthwhile effort, whatever it is they're fighting for, right? I just feel the naming was terrible because the obvious consequence is, well, I believe white lives matter. That's the obvious response, right? Terrible naming. That was sad. Blasphemous, maybe that is why they join these groups, so they don't have to think. No. You're flipping it around there. That's not what happens. That type of thinking does not come instinctively. Right? People, well, maybe you do have a point, actually. It's just, you point it like it's a decision that they're making. It's a subconscious decision, and I would not fault anyone for making that decision if it makes sense. But yeah, we have this room in our DNA, in our mind, that fits codes of ethics, that fits politics. We have the will to power, right? We have ideas about how we want society to look. And part of that there is a need. We have like an urge, a drive to fill that. And at the same time, we're also a species that really likes taking the path of least resistance. So if someone else can just tell us, this is good, this is evil. And if we can just, if people just tell us that is easier. Yes, that is the path of least resistance. So what does one have to do politically if one wants to change that? We need to change So that path of least resistance, like least mental resistance, is the path of most resistance, right? So how do we do that? We challenge it over and over and over. And therefore, some people build groups that just fights the other group to challenge the other group. And then they fucking fail because they themselves take the easy path without... There's a lot of dehumanization going on, right? When you create an enemy or an ideal, when you have an ideal, because that is the easy way to do it, right? This is what an ideal person look like. Oh, those people over there, they don't look like this. So therefore, they are the enemy. And that's the simple way to do it, right? Unfortunately, it becomes more fucking difficult in the end. Blasphemous asks, which side do I most identify with? If I do not go along with everything this group says, will I be exiled? If I am exiled, where would I then go? Yes, they are like the new religions. I've had that exact same thought, actually. That exact same thought. The ideologies are the new religions. I want to go through that once, my whole idea about that I've been thinking about. But yeah, right. If I'm exiled, then where would I go? We're a social creature. Those questions are asked and answered often subconsciously, though, right? Subconsciously, indeed. But I've had this idea, right, that Nietzsche said in the last shift of the last century, between the 18 and 19 one, he said God is dead, right? And that is what the Enlightenment did. Kind of, if we take this long fucking perspective of idea and ethics history, like if we're not studying the topic, but studying people, the sociology, right? If we look at the history, like for thousands of years, we had it that easy. There was good because the good book said so, and there was evil because the good book said so. And we could just align ourselves as much as possible as we could to that. And everybody agreed. Well, not everybody. We had different countries and stuff like that didn't agree. But then the Enlightenment comes along and says that the basic premises of all these books, that there is some sort of creator or some sort of objective morality, that like the authority to make these claims, they do not have. The people that makes these authoritarian claims about good and evil, that authority is imaginary. They don't have any leg to stand on. So this space that I've been talking about, this room where there has been good and evil for thousands of years, so easily, it has been easy to just tag along. And we're talking about ethics here, not the behavior, mind you. Like the behavior a lot of that comes instinctually, right? And emotions come instinctually, right? And that's a different thing. But the ethics, just looking at the ethics that people built up, and they were inconsistent because the book was inconsistent, but the consistency became because everybody agreed around you anyways. But then along comes the Enlightenment and gives you these ideas, and it kills off God. That is what Nietzsche said, right? Oh, fuck, God is dead. What do we do next? And then he had his whole idea about the Übermensch that the Nazis really liked and made their own interpretation of. Oof. But that is actually what happened, right? So God is dead. We need to separate the church from the state. So we do that. So we need to fill this void, this ethics void. So what do? We start telling people that we have the authority based on our ideologies. This is what the perfect human looks like. And we tell everybody this is what the perfect human looks like. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. What happens? We get world wars. We get the Nazis. We get this. We get the Third Reich. Right? We get Germany, we get Soviet, we get a lot of people getting murdered. Because it doesn't fucking work, because the ideology that it doesn't look at what people are like. It says this is what people should be like. And then when it turns out, well, people are not like that, you're fucked again. You try to create this authority of some sort of objective morality with your view of ideology. But then it turns out that is not the way the world works. And I would argue that the path that society is moving at this very moment is one towards where every individual will end up having to take responsibility for their own ethics, rather than having someone tell them what is good and what is evil. Or like we're doing now, we're not using good and evil anymore. Nowadays we're saying it's right or wrong, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We're still trying to objectify morality. But we're moving towards the trend, and it has been for hundreds of years, is that we're moving towards decentralization of these ideas, decentralization of ethics. There is no objective truth. Therefore, the path forward, in my opinion, is decentralized ethics, where we start teaching it in school, where the teenagers, part of their identity building becomes also learning about how to build ethics, to build a worldview like that. That is the way I look at it. Oh, and Blasphemous says, yes, let's discuss that, but I will be right back. So he missed my whole rant. Oh, my beautiful rant. Let's see, they come from this way, right? Yeah, we fixed it. So we put the train right there. We need to put wagons. 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Alright. Wait. Oh, fuck. That was not wagons. What am I doing? These are wagons. And I wasted all my iron. Oof. Where's the car? Right here. Alright. So the question then, do I do the full round one more time when Blasphemous gets back, or... Did I just snooze and lose? What am I getting? Iron. I'm getting iron. I mean, I do enjoy ranting. Maybe it'll be better the second time around. Maybe it'll be worse the second time around. Who knows? Alright, so I built 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa, that's the wrong path. Going right up north. That's a rock. Oh, get out of my way. Alright, and we picked this. That was unnecessary. Well, actually, we'll follow this train along. Nope, that's... Damn it. Alright, so this station we are at North 1 coal. So, we add North 1 coal. We add a wait condition until cargo is full. We add a station northeast drop coal, and we add a wait condition until empty cargo. Then we switch it to automatic. And then we just jump in. Actually, I'm gonna take an early bathroom break because I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. felt good. Bladder was super fucking full. Oh, look at this beauty. We're just perfect timing. Wait. Oh, we're emptying. Oh man, I need stack inserters, man. I need stack inserters in these places. Do I want buffers down here? No, these buffers are enough. I have buffers right here. So that's just fine. Do I need to fill these out? I mean, I might as well. Might as well. Oh, it is a waste, though. Can I have different... yeah, I can fill different fuels. Because I do want to replace coal later on. Well, maybe not here, but for rocket fuel, right? Yeah, want to replace it for rocket fuel. Have better fuel indeed. Let it be fine. Let it be full. Alright, so coal is probably working just fine. Does that mean... No, the coal is not down here yet. We want it to start filling out here and here before we start processing the oil. So then what we need is these, right? We need... yeah, we want to start making the red circuits. That is it. Plastic, copper, and electronic circuits. So this is the plastic, where the plastic shows up. Do I want to start grabbing from this line? Actually, we want to start build these ones up here. Wait, what is this? Why is this going up here? Oh, it's for the science, isn't it? It's for the science crafting. Right, it's for these. Oops, there's nothing here though. Nope, nothing here yet. Oh, fuck. All right. And we want to move these up here. Okay. Actually, I need to pull the sulfur in as well. I want to see if I got extra room or if I have to go... if I can go down with the plastic or if I have to go up or what I have to do. Let's move these all the way over here. Whoops. I like this setup. Blasphemous says, okay back. Alright, so let me start doing this. I did the whole rant one time, but let's start over. So, the question, I'm gonna rant a little bit here now. What is ethics, right? What is the point of it? If we look at it from an evolutionary standpoint. And as I've been saying over and over again, it's like we are an herd animal, aren't we? That is what it is. That is what humanity is, a herd animal. And therefore, we have a need to organize ourselves in a manner that, since we are very individualistic at the same time, that we have our own wants and needs and desires and all that. So we need to organize our herds in a way, since we don't instinctively treat each other well enough. Well, actually, I can pull this. See, is there one jump in between each? Yeah, like this. One can see, like, why there is need for, like I was saying before, like morality in here, like a space. Why we have evolved with morality in our minds. Like, why we have that empty space. We're born with the instinct of just building codes about the world on how one should and should not behave. One can say we have done that. And so, for the longest time, thousands of years, that thing, that little void we had, was filled with religion, right? Religion became super easy for us to make those guidelines, rules, morals, ethics, right? Based on religious ideas. We said, oh, this is how the world works, and therefore we all need to behave like this. And since our herds for thousands of years were in a certain size, we could convince everybody within the herd that, oh, this is how the world works. Therefore, we all should behave in this manner. And it worked out fine, religion did its thing. Let's see, Blasphemous interjects with, we are social creatures, but what if the idea of being social to many people has evolved into something that can be seen as a negative? Right. But if the idea of being social, I mean, we are social creatures. It's the idea of it. I mean, you can have whatever idea you want. It doesn't change, like biologically, we are social creatures, right? If a child, we need connection. That is a need. We need to talk to other people. Otherwise, we get fucking depressed. That is how we function. We need other people as a part of it's like sustenance, right? It's quite low on Maslow's behavior of needs. I mean, you can have any idea, or you can feel about it how you like. I mean, I would like not to have to eat, if that may. I mean, I would just like to live forever without eating. My life would be way easier, even if the idea, we can get into that ideas and speculations how life would like in that situation, but that's not the reality we find ourselves in. Socializing, says Blasphemous, a few hundred years ago looks a lot different than it does now. Yeah, and that's what I'm ranting about. I'm getting to it. It's like I said, it's a rant. It's coming. Even a few years ago, yeah, it is coming. I'm just starting out in a grand scale here because I'm trying to show my views on this matter and how I have thought about it, right? So religion has filled this void of just the code, general code, and that the groups, the herds, came into agreement, right? They agreed, and since we agreed, it worked out as a socially social or herd organizations. It worked out well enough for us for thousands of years. But then, like I'm simplifying what I'm saying as well for the sake of just simplifying it, I suppose. Then what happens is that the Enlightenment comes up. Science starts being a full thing, and it shows and it says it's not compatible with the religions. It shows that, well, if we think like this and use this methodology, what happens is that the idea of a creator or the gods, it just doesn't mesh. It doesn't mesh. They don't work together. Not even a little bit. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Right, so then we have a lot of philosophy, we have scientific approaches, we learn industry, and all that good stuff happens, right? And then along in the last time the century switched between the 18th and 19th, Nietzsche looks at this and he says, well, fuck, we've killed God. God is dead now. That is what Nietzsche said, right? God is dead. What the fuck do we do now? We don't have any, like, moral glue, ethical glue together. So his idea then is something about along the lines of Übermensch. So, of course, this is the birth of the ideology, right? Because when God dies, there's a vacuum within all the people's minds. It creates a power vacuum, right? Because so far, and we've been used to for thousands of years, people just telling us, this is good and this is evil, and that is how the world works. And we've been fine with that. But the new modes of thinking that we generate and have increased, that becomes better and better, says that, well, the people that says that this is good and this is evil, they don't have any authority. They don't have any authority anymore. Like, they are saying that, but why should I believe them? So what happens? That is why oftentimes nihilism is talked about in the same sentence as Nietzsche, right? Because this moral basis, the ground that we've been standing on, starts wobbling. The authority that the ideas that we've based all this moral authority upon starts to crumble. And the world becomes, the world of ethics becomes stable. We see increase in decadence. And we did see that, right? People drink more and behave in manners that would, from a religious standpoint, would be considered immoral, like drinking, getting laid, and stuff like that. And more and more, that increases, and it's like the priests lose their authorities, something like that. And that is what happens. So, and we still have the need for morality and stability, right? That is what morality gives us. It gives our herd stability. Like stability where we don't run around murdering each other in the worst case scenario, right? I didn't say that people started running around murdering each other. That's not what happened, right? But we started to see decadence, moral decay, right, from the point of view of the religions. So that is the birth of the ideology, right? The ideology tries to fill that void. And they say, well, since the Enlightenment, like, we're having rationality, such a big thing. So we find rationality in sciences. Like, that's the whole Marxism, right? It's sociology. We look at science and this is what it looks like. And then we instead of accepting Hume's guillotine, we ignore that Hume's guillotine is a thing, and then we say that, oh, look at this. We can say this is wrong, and then we create communism or Nazism or whatever ideology you want to. You point out this is what a perfect human looks like, and this is what we're all trying to do. The whole thing, though, is that it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work out. The last century didn't work out very well when they did that. We had the Germans, we had the Soviets. Both of them ended up just murdering all the people, because the Nazis, because people looked different from the ideology, I suppose, and the Soviets because people thought differently than the ideology, I suppose. Something along those lines. But if we look at it in those timelines, like hundreds of years, there's a process happening. There's a process going on where we move the authority away from God to create this internal morality, right? It was God was the authority, but we move away from God and we move it towards people and words and ideas. And I believe, and I'm pretty sure this is the case, that the path we're moving on is to move that authority even further and move the authority upon the individual. The individual can look at all these ideas and make up their mind. And that is the social structure. So what happens then is that we move towards, what I believe is that we move towards where ethics and morality, where it becomes decentralized. Those decisions of what is ethical, what is moral, those decisions, we move towards a decentralization where people decide for themselves. And then that's the point of democracy and politics then, right? Is to amalgamate these things, because we're also at the same time as this is going on, the things that I've been talking about, at the same time we see a lot of rhetoric and a lot of people saying, oh, we need more democracy, democracy this, democracy that. And democracy then is for amalgamating these individually generated ideas into actual policies, right? Actual policies. This is how we are governing ourselves, our herds, and making sure that we have order at the same time as we're trying to follow these ethics that we have amalgamated from all the people. Something along those lines were my thoughts. And I think that's rant over. Ooh, and a deep breath. Did I miss something? Does it make sense? What do you say? Blasphemous said somewhere in between, I just wanted to finish the rant, but it says something in there. Like the previous religions, with these new ideologies, they work a bit differently though. They work differently. They are more convincing, right? Because they're based on rationality. So they become more convincing because that's rational stuff are convincing by its very, that's the whole point of it, right? Let's see. The previous religions with these new ideologies, if they have to be told this is the way to think, are they really thinking? I mean, they are like, the religious books are like just a hogwash of fantasy books, right? That's it. And they use that to find out ideas, isms, right? And rules and guidelines to follow along. And that's, I mean, I can read books and find the same thing. It's just the new methodology to generate these ideologies is that there is more discourse around them. They happened in a debate and the words have to stand on their own. They don't gain any authority from the books they're written in. They gain a little bit of authority depending on who the person is saying it, but most of the authority is supposed to within the ideology. The authority should come from the words themselves. It's just they are mistaking. There are some people are really thinking, and maybe, some individuals are just convinced. Some people are thinking it through by themselves, but there's like this. Some people do this, some people do that. Other people aren't even convinced. It's just their parents tell them this is the way it is, and therefore they just agree with it. Like there's still religious people, right? So like religions, Like, even if the God is dead, the religions themselves are just dying out. They haven't died yet. Same with ideologies, right? There's a spectrum. Some people think it through and join into the group just because they think just it through. They think the group's perspective through, like on the macro stage, right? They say, oh, communism is a great fucking idea. Therefore, everything the communists say, I agree with. Something like that. So they think some of it through. Some do, and some do not. So it doesn't necessitate. It's not necessary either way, but that is what we're moving towards. We're moving towards more individually thinking it through. That's what I'm saying. We're in a part of a process. We're about how our organization of the herd is changing over time, and we're changing towards something, right? Colgate on Tap said, you missed fully automated space communism. But that's the thing, right? I don't think that's the future. I don't think communism is the future. I don't think any ideology is the future. That is not the path forward, because any ideology is, and here we are again, Hume's guillotine. Any ideology breaks Hume's guillotine. They are thought out in a manner that seems to believe that there is an objective morality, any ideology, since they look at this is what the perfect human looks like, right? But that is not how it works. The perfect human doesn't look like anything because there is no such thing. There is no objective morality. So therefore, I don't see fully automated space communism in the future, unfortunately, Colgate on Tap. Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, that's the word I meant to use. Fortunately, there is no fully automated space communism. Because space communism looks at this is the way a person looks, and everybody that doesn't fit that mold, they are not going to have a good time in space communism. Therefore, space communism, for me, I don't see that as a way forward. Blasphemous says, that is why this game is for Colgate on Tap. He's making it happen all by himself. Yeah, right. It will come, says Colgate on Tap. Alright, so what mistake did I make then? Why would space communism happen rather than some other sort of some other type of ethics, a more decentralized? Because I don't see any ideology taking over. I don't see it happening. People disagree, right? That is what happens. People will disagree. If they're thinking it through, they will disagree. If they just emotionally react to it, they will disagree. If they are convinced by their parents or join a specific group, those groups will disagree. Disagreements will happen in ideological world building. Therefore, no ideology can win out in the end. And if one does, that is a dystopia. It has to be. Because what do you do with what are they called? The people that don't agree, right? What do you do with them? What do you do with them? The people that don't fit the mold, what do you do? If you go to the extreme, like there's camps, retraining camps, murder camps, all of them dystopian in my mind. Blasphemous says, my concern is just how conscious these individuals are versus being guided to think in specific ways. Yeah. And I agree with you that a lot of people, like I've put forth that point many times, right? That statement many times, that what most people vote on is informed You can know, like, people are predictable, right? You can look at what did they parent vote on. And for most people, it is directly correlated. Most of the time, it is similar, very fucking similar. And sometimes it's the complete opposite, but it's still informed by. And that is because we take the path of least resistance, right? That's what I was saying before starting ranting. Humans take the path of least resistance. And if the path of least resistance is just being guided, being told, being whatever, being manipulated, if that is the path of least resistance, that is the path that the human will take. Because that is how the human works. And that is how do you change that? You change the path of least resistance for the actual individual. And that is why I'm super fast to argue that ethics needs to, I mean, I see the study of ethics. I mean, not telling people anything, but just learning about ethical ideas. We can learn about the ethics within the Bible. We can learn about the ethics within utilitarianism. We can learn about all the different ideas and how to evaluate these different ideas. Different types of evaluations that we can make, and not having them be prescriptive. We force it upon them. Just as we force it upon kids to learn how to write or count. We force that upon them. Because they don't know how to do it instinctively. So that is I feel that is almost as important as reading, writing, counting. That is my worldview, that ethics becomes that important. From how from my understandings of the world. Perfect. That is what happens. Alright. Because, I can come and come and say to someone religious, it's like, they still have a good reason for believing the way that they do, right? They will rationalize it, because that is also how humans work. We do rationalize these things. Oh, no. Need to drive back. We do rationalize our beliefs. That's a whole Haidt post hoc thing, right? That we have our worldview and we act and we believe stuff, and then we rationalize why we act and we believe stuff after the fact. I can come and argue with anyone about these things. And I can tell them, oh man, you're being dumb for being ideological. And they're like, no, you're being dumb. And that doesn't help anyone. And I can walk around telling people how I think they should think, but what gives me the authority? I don't have any. There is no objective right to my opinion or my beliefs. It's just my opinions and my beliefs. So therefore, I try to go the pragmatic route, right? That's the way I try to look at it. What do we need? Yeah, trying to go the pragmatic route of how do people change their minds? And it's not by antagonizing them. Telling them, oh, you can't think for yourself, saying that to someone, that doesn't work out, does it? Also, it's not really accurate either, for that matter. Oh, more steel. It's They are thinking for themselves. It's just like me and you, they are thinking whatever they have been taught to think. And saying that they are not thinking is not accurate. They are just using a different methodology than me. And there is nothing that says, well, for me, my methodology, I like it better. Therefore, I want people to use my methodology. And I can argue for my methodology, why I like it more, and why I believe that society would be more friendly. Like, I can make all those arguments. There's no objectivity in it, is there? Blasphemous said, yes, the word propaganda was not always negative, according to Freud's nephew. Right? Yeah. And I mean, it's not negative now as well. I can see a lot of propaganda happen all over the place. And people not thinking it's a bad thing. And I mean, personally, my value judgment is that it is. But I can also understand that some people can rationally come to the place in their mind where they say that propaganda is a good thing. And from my worldview, I have to accept that. Right? From my worldview, I have to accept that some people think propaganda is a good thing, and I'm not the one to tell them not to do propaganda. Right? There is no objectivity. There's nothing objectively saying anything about propaganda being good or bad. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. And tools can be used for good and for bad. Like censorship, it's just a tool. I don't like it. I don't like propaganda. And I would argue against it, and I would talk to anyone who disagrees with me, and I would try to find some sort of common ground. And I would say, I would probably have to concede that there are just a blanket statement like that, like I'm making, that I don't like it, that they have valid, that the people who feel differently probably have valid arguments. Colgate in that says that it is as you say. People have power. People generate power. Sure, some people will disagree, but I suppose the majority of people doesn't want to starve just because robots take their jobs. But that's a false causation. People don't starve because robots take their jobs. That's not what happens. Not at all what happens. So fully automated space communism will win over. I mean, you're very narrow-minded there, Colgate on Tap, I believe. There are many, many ways to reach people not starving that is not considered space communism. We can reach it, without too many changes, right? That's why I argue for, again, broken record. I'm a broken record. But universal basic income, right? We could have the same, if we had universal basic income and robots taking over all the jobs, no one would starve. Right? So we don't have to move towards fully automated space communism. It's just fully automated. A fully automated society will win over, you say. As long as we don't war our civilization to dust. I can get behind it there, that I believe that society will get not fully automated, but super fucking automated. Blasphemous says, now, what if I said science was also becoming one of these new religions? Well, no, science is a methodology of trying to find answers to questions. And I mean, like Sam Harris is trying his darndest to say that science can answer moral and ethical questions. And if they start being able to do that, if they are able to start answering moral and ethical questions, then yeah, there will be an objective morality coming up, and it will end up informing that moral vacuum in here, that moral space we have. But I am convinced that won't happen, because I am convinced science will not be able to. I am convinced. Until someone convinces me otherwise. But no one has been fucking close to breaking Hume's guillotine. And they need to. Science needs to break Hume's guillotine. They need to pull it apart. And I don't see that happening. I don't see it happening. There's nothing in my knowledge of science or ethics that tells me that that will happen. It doesn't make sense to me. But if that would happen, then yes, science could take that place. And if I could be convinced, right? I am not convinced, and I don't see myself in the future becoming convinced. It could happen, though. And if that was the case, then yes, I would follow along that science moral thinking. Blasphemous continued, science is always correct, yes. No, that is not correct. Science talk about facts and theories. Facts are considered correct within science. Theories are just considered to be the best explanations available right now. So science is not always correct. Science is mostly incorrect. That's the whole point of Occam's razor, that most of the assumptions we make are not really working out for us. But science can depend on interpretation. Yeah, and that we have interpretation methodologies as well within science, right? That is why I say science cannot, that science methodology will not reach any, I don't, like, as far as science has come today, it cannot answer any moral or ethical questions. We can study the different ideologies scientifically, right? And we can make statements about them, but we cannot say anything about any moral thing in itself. Let's see, Blasphemous says, when one side wants to interpret it one way while the other interprets it another. Exactly. That is what I'm trying to say, right? That will always happen. Well, not always, but from the understanding that I have right now. By the way, we started with the oil. We started with the oil, finally. Production. Oh, lovely production. And then we go over here. That's what I'm saying, right? That people will disagree on these points. And look at this. We've got plastic. We've got, what's it called again? It's called sulfur. We got plastic. We got sulfur. Oh, sweet. Yes. Plastic and sulfur going out. Actually, I think I want to cut the sulfur. No, I don't want to cut the sulfur. But those disagreements will happen because we don't have any objective morality. We don't know for a fact. We don't know any facts about morality. We only have opinions, and that's the world we live in. And I'm pretty sure that's the world we will die in. And if one could somehow find, I mean, that's the whole point about science, right? We try to, as much as possible, find places where there are no disputes, where we have to be in agreement with each other. That is what we look for in science. And that, I don't see that happening within ethics and morality. Colgate In on Tap says, I don't see it as realistic to get through universal basic income like that. When money holds power, it will go against universal basic income. What you're saying is, if I understand you correct, Colgate In on Tap, is that people who have power don't want to get rid of power. But I mean, I'm guessing you would want to have the French Revolution as example to that. But if money equals power, I mean, the middle class is growing, which means more people are gaining more power. That is the trend, even though the divides are increasing, right? It's the working class today has comparatively more economic power than the working class 100 years ago. And how long ago was the French Revolution? It was even longer ago, right? So the trend, I'm not 100% convinced of this, but as far as I understanding, the trend is towards people have, like, actual individuals having more economic power. That is the trend. Yeah, that's what the whole book is about. The book that I've been quoting from time to time from, what was his name again? Roseanne? Factfulness is the name of the book. That's the whole argument, right? The Maslow's, the Maslow behavior steps, the divides, actually, that's the hierarchy of needs. If we just look at them, hierarchy, here. Of needs. Right? These things become more and more prevalent by economic means. More and more people get more and more of this. That is what the book says. And that is a fact, right? Yeah, that is a fact. Less people are starving, more people have access to water, like less people are dying from dehydration, less people freeze to death, and less people die of exhaustion. More people have security and safety, that is increasing. Like, all of these things are increasing, and that comes with the economic power to increase these things. That is what is happening in our world. That is the trend that are working right now. So your argument, Colgate In on Tap, would be that this wouldn't happen from, right? If I understand you correctly, is that when money holds power, power will not be given to the people down here. But that is what is happening. Blasphemous asks, for example, you've had depression before, right? Yeah, I've been depressed a couple of times. Been on pills and everything. Would you go along with science's idea that it is caused by a chemical imbalance and that you can take a pill to change that? I mean, it's a theory. It's not a fact that it's caused by chemical balance. And also, psychology is not. Science don't all agree on that point. Like, since we're talking psychology now, right? And that is one of the sciences that I have studied a lot, right? And there is, that's more of like a hypothesis. We have seen statistically that some people, not all people, far from all people, but a lot of people who end up in a depression, if you give them SSRIs, they will get better. Some people. And that's a fact, right? Like, they report having a depression, They start with the pill, go through that medication phase, and they come out of it and they no longer get diagnosed with depression. And that is what happens, and I get behind that idea. I think it's a simple view of the mind, and the pills did not help me. And there are a lot of people that are not helped by the pills, but some, it is enough. It is enough for them that the pills can change that. And therefore, I see it as a valid approach. If someone gets diagnosed with depression, I see it as a valid approach to give them a medication, to try that out. I don't think it's enough, but since it works for some people, it is a worthwhile thing to do, especially since in our country, we like the other types of treatment for depressions that we give. We don't have the means to do it. We don't have enough people. So give everyone the pills. I'm all for that, yes. Politically, I'm for that right now. Ethically, I think there is a better way to do it. There are better ways to do it. And I think it's like a social issue, right? I think society needs to change. And I think we need more like similar to therapy for everyone. Stuff like that is what I want to see. Changes in our world that I want to see, but take what you can get. Since it works for some people, it's better than not helping anyone, if that makes sense. But yeah, I stand behind the fact that it does help people. Colgantino Tab says, on the other hand, lots of proletariat are losing their jobs to automation. Yeah. But personally, I see jobs as something bad. That is something bad. It's something that humans don't want to do. It's not the path of least resistance, and that is why humanity is automating things. That is why we're building tools. And I'm pretty sure if you take a look at 90% of all tools that are created, all the machines, all technology that is created, one way to interpret the point of the tool is that it lessens the workload of the human being. Like I am having this tool here, that means that I don't have to walk all the way down to the drinking hole and drink the water. It lessens my workload. And I believe that that is part of what it means to be human. We don't like to do these jobs, therefore we automate them. We build machines that helps us out and do the work for us. And that is, I don't see anyone disagreeing with that worldview. That is what happens, right? That is what we humans do. We create plastic because it gives us less jobs to do. And that is the kind of world that humans instinctively search for. So for me, just the fact of losing jobs is a positive. That is the way I see it. I see not having a job is a positive thing. Why it becomes negative in our society is because the difficulties of society of taking care of these people, like maybe losing your home and not having a place to live and not having food on the table. Those are problematic. Those are different things. That's not the same as losing a job. Losing a job, if you just look at it by nature of itself, I see that as a positive thing. That's my value judgment. Blasphemous says, yes, many people forget that it is a theory and just go along with thinking that it is a fact. I mean, it is a fact that people are helped by chemicals. The theory is that it is caused by a chemical imbalance. But just saying a chemical imbalance is a cop-out. And I'm pretty sure any psychologist you would ask, they would probably, like anyone studying psychology, would probably agree with me on, well, like most of them would probably agree that chemical imbalance is super fucking vague and is not a very good theory because it doesn't really explain anything. Oh, there's a chemical imbalance. Oh, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, I don't know. Right? So it's not a very good theory. It's more... So I don't know if that is actually the theory that is in place. I mean, it's a thesis, I suppose. A hypothesis. Colgate Innotab says, speaking of theories, when do we get back to set theory? I mean, we can talk about it some more in a bit. In a bit, yeah. Let's try and finish off the space communism nonsense first. All right. Blasphemous says, my concern is that theory dehumanizing emotions and thoughts. Wait. Blasphemous said that my concern is that theory, like the one that depression is caused by a chemical imbalance, dehumanize emotions and thoughts. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion. I can see that it's a reductionist, right? It doesn't care about your... Well, it does care about your emotions and thoughts. Like, because you need to diagnose depression, you need to look at a person's emotions and thoughts. Those are like the main diagnostic tools that you use to diagnose depression, right? Isn't that the case? And I mean, a lot of psychology is like trying to dehumanize because we're trying to isolate. Psychologists are trying, like there's a big focus on that right now in psychology, but it's not always that. It swings back and forth what the focus is. But right now, there's a lot of focus on, honing in on specific details of the human psyche. And those details become very dehumanized, right? Because it's just statistics. It just becomes statistics. And that is dehumanizing, right? And I can get behind that. And statistics always talks about groups and populations. They never work on the individual statistics. If that makes sense. And that is the focus right now. And it's super fucking useful to look at it like that. Right? It's just a tool. It's just a tool, a way of looking at it. Colgate Innotab said, it would be positive, but under capitalism it's bad. But that's what I'm saying, Colgate Innotab. I'm saying that losing a job is not the bad thing. The bad thing is not having access to an income. It's not having the money to purchase food or living places. Those are the bad things. You can super easily decouple them from the job just by the thought experiment of universal basic income. Just that very idea. Like, if I had the money, then I wouldn't need the job. So the problem is not the loss of job. The problem is the loss of income within our society. It's the loss of purchasing power, it's the loss of economic power. Job does not necessitate... Like, there are a lot of people, like the upper class, that are just inherent their money. They don't need a job at all. And it's not a problem for them not having a job, right? So the job is not the problem. Automation is a good fucking thing because those jobs as well that are disappearing, like if you ask a person, like any job that is disappearing to automation, if I give you this amount of money for doing this job or the same amount of money for not doing the job, and you can do whatever the fuck you want on your days, what do you choose? Most people, statistically again, Most people will say, just give me the fucking money, I quit the job. If I get the choice between the two, I choose just to get the money, not to do the job, because I can do many other meaningful stuff with my day. That instead, right? So it's not the job that is a positive. Blasphemous says, yes, but emotions and thoughts are real. To say it's a chemical imbalance is dismissive. Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I don't think I've heard... I mean, I've been depressed a couple of times, right? I don't think I've heard any of the psychiatrists or doctors or any of the people, and they've been ferrying me around to a lot of people because the pills doesn't work for me. I don't think I've had one person say the most fucked up thing I've heard someone said was that, oh, you were a vegetarian a couple of years ago. That is the reason. You need to start eating meat. Oh, but I've been eating meat for years. Oh, you need to eat more meat. That was a doctor. That is the most weird fucking thing I've ever heard from a doctor. I've never heard from any of them say that it was a chemical imbalance. They've never said that my depression is caused by a chemical imbalance. I've never heard that, so I'm not sure how prevalent it is. I think it's just statistically, people say that, oh, these medicines have had a positive effects statistically on a percentage of people. Therefore, we give it to everybody that we diagnose with depression and they might get better. You don't need to have a causal hypothesis or theory within that framework at all, I don't think. Right? There we go, blasphemous, right? They rarely even test for a chemical imbalance in the person, right? It sounds, yeah, exactly. It sounds magical, right? The chemical imbalance, it doesn't mean anything unless you can explain the chemical. If you can't test it, then it's not a theory. So it's probably not a theory even. It's just a simplification. It's just a guess. It's a hypothesis that some people just end up with a chemical imbalance and these drugs help. And one could argue that that is the test, right? If you have a chemical imbalance and this pill changes your chemistry, then that is the test, right? It's the test and the medication all in one. Right? That is how you can test stuff. If you can't take a blood sample and make the test, which I guess you can't, then you just try and give that chemical and, well, it works out for some people, so therefore it works out for some people. We can't ignore the fact that it does. Blasphemous says, maybe they do things differently in Sweden. Most definitely. But in America, they are all about the drugs. Yeah, they are all about the drugs in Sweden as well, right? Because they are underworked. That's the first thing. If you come in, you get diagnosed. I don't even think they diagnose you with the clinical depression. It's like if you talk in a way where it seems like you might be having a depression, they put you on the drugs. And that's, I mean, I agree with you there, right? As well as I agree with you that I don't think the drugs, the SSRIs that I've been on, I think they are way too fucking invasive to do that immediately. I think there should be, in the best of worlds, I would see a proper diagnosis. Proper clinical depression diagnosis. I would want to see a lot of, but I can see also even if you went straight for therapy and stuff like that rather than a medication, I could see them starting medication either way as well. because just doing the medication lowers the rate of suicides. If it does that. I'm not quite sure it does. But if it does that, I could see like the emergency deal, right? Prescribing pills as an emergency, seeing it as an emergency. If they make the judgment that this might be life-threatening, they might prescribe, but that's not SSRIs though. Then I think they prescribe something different for that. It's more feel-good medicine rather than trying to fix a chemical imbalance. And I've been on both, right? But the SSRIs, those are the ones when talking about chemical imbalances, right? And those I feel are way too invasive to go straight for them. I don't like that. But that's... I can also see, like, right, if you're understaffed and in a consumeristic society, this is the cheapest way to handle the issue, and I can understand why they do that. And it sucks. But that's... Right, then we're moving... Now we're not talking about any theory or any chemical imbalance anymore, right? Now we're again talking about societal structures rather than any theories. Right, Blasphemous? And those societal structures, I'm way with you there. Gotta change those. Gotta increase them. But I can also, I mean, yeah. I can see why it ends up like that as well. And it sucks. It sucks. Alright, Blasphemous says, my theory, I think you mean theses, hypotheses. My theory is that many people would turn to drugs or alcohol. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm pretty sure that's a theory and it's not yours alone. That's the whole thing with the rat paradise, right? Drugs or alcohol, and also alcohol is a drug. Many of those same people are the ones that are most likely to benefit from these types of medications. Wait, my theory is that many people in a depression would turn to drugs or alcohol, unlike any addiction, right? Addictions as a response to some sort of feeling bad about your life. Let's say that. There are many reasons for it, right? And that's the thing, right? Many things causes depression. It's not that simple as to say it's one thing. But a lot of those people would turn to drugs or alcohol, or, I mean, there are gambling addictions and stuff like that. Some sort of escapism and addictive behaviors. Many of those people are the ones that are most likely to benefit from those types of medications. I don't know. I've turned to drugs and stuff like that, but I did not benefit from those medications. But I can't say anything about the statistics, right? Who benefits more from the medications? I don't know, and I'm pretty sure they don't have any easy diagnosis to say beforehand who would benefit from the medications and who wouldn't. If they did that, they would probably do those tests before giving out the medications. If there was an easy questionnaire to give. I don't know though. I don't know about that. Could be the case. Certainly could be a case. I would say that it would be worth investigating. Oh, hello, Node-Runner. Nice to see you. He comes in with the Devil's Advocate here. Devil's Advocate? No. He comes in with a completely 180. I love this. He says, depression is a chemical imbalance. That is why they give you medication that increases your serotonin production, right? That's what the SSIR does. It doesn't increase your serotonin. I don't quite remember, but the end result is increased serotonin. Perhaps. You don't need to do an invasive or uncomfortable test to see the signs of symptoms and depressions. No, signs and symptoms, exactly. They see signs and symptoms, then they give serotonin. However, I disagree with you because I see the SSRIs, the serotonin pills, they are super fucking invasive. They are super invasive. That was my experience from them anyway. You could get a false diagnosis, but you could get a false positive on the other tests as well, yeah? There's a whole bunch of drugs that can change the chemicals in your brain, but they are all different and you might need to try a bunch of them before you find the right medication and dosage for you. Yeah. And I've tried most of them. Did not work out. I mean, depression, like if you take, and the view you take here, Node Runner, is the neurochemical definition of depression, right? But you don't, that is not how you diagnose, that is not how you see the signs and symptoms. Those are not chemical tests. Those are interview tests. So that is a completely different, like DSM, the manual that defines what a depression is does not define it as a chemical imbalance. That is not how you diagnose a depression. Depression is questionnaires, where if you fit enough of X criterias, well, X amount of these criterias, you get diagnosed with depression. That is not a, so I completely disagree. I mean, you can take a neurological and chemical view on depression and say that, oh, depression it always contains a decrease in serotonin levels. Right? You could say that, but that is not what they do. That is not what the DSM says. That is not what the doctor's manuals say. They say to make the interviews. Look for the signs and the symptoms. If that makes sense, Node Runner? Blasphemous asks, that would be like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first, obviously. Dinosaur laid eggs way before there were chickens. Obviously. I apologize. I always react to that way, that obviously the egg came first, because obviously. If being depressed lowers your serotonin, would giving someone SSRIs to create an increase really be helpful? Once again, that comes back to dehumanizing emotions and thoughts and blaming it all on chemicals. Right? But if it works, right? Take a pragmatic viewpoint, Blasphemous. If it works, then it's a good thing, right? Even if you dehumanize someone by treating them as an object, but they end up feeling better and leave the depression, does the dehumanization matter? Or do we care about the consequences? We've talked about that before, right? Consequentialism. That as long as the consequences checks out, if there's a net positive, then you are justified. I'm pretty sure you have gotten behind that as well before, Blasphemous, that you have made that statement, that the consequences matters. So the dehumanization in itself, if the consequences are like less depression, then dehumanization in itself was a useful tool to make them feel better. Node Runner says the chemical imbalance aspect isn't that important. Exactly. What's important is good diagnostics and safe, efficient medication. Yeah, but I mean, medication. If you go to a job every day and you are the subject of very subtle bullying. Every day, in and out, every day you are bullied for years and years and years. You get depressed, you go to the doctor, you get a pill, you stop feeling depressed. You go back to the job and you get bullied for another couple of years and you get depressed again. You go to the doctor, you get another pill. The problem with this attitude that you're showing, Node Runner, is that this person very likely will end up killing themselves. You're not treating the depression. You're not treating the cause of the depression. The medication will not help. Right? All mental illness there are two things put together. There is the person's what is that word? It's not aptitude. It's a person's it's how a person functions, right? It's about the person and it's about the environment that the person is in. That is how you create a depression. You put a person in an environment that person cannot handle. That is super fucking stressful and just fucks them up mentally. Right? That is how depressions end up happening in the end, right? And for some people, it can be as simple as they just need a break. They are exhausted. Like they could be just an exhaustion. Like a lot of this thing like depression and there is like an exhaustion syndrome that are super fucking similar, right? And they both get the same medication. So if for some people it could just change, just take a couple of extra deep breaths. It could be that easy for some people to just be able to handle the situation that they're in. So there are many different approaches to deal with depression. Medication is one of them, and it does not always work. Right? Therapy. I think therapy, everybody should go to therapy, no matter if they are depressed or not. I think that's the world I would want to see is the type of discussions you have with the therapists are discussions that I think everybody could use to increase their mental health. That's what I believe. But I'm super fucking biased, right? I've been to a lot of therapy and it's been helpful. I've been to non-helpful therapies as well, because there's a wide variety of therapies. But that's why there are different therapies, right? Because sometimes it's about changing your thought patterns. Sometimes it's about your behavioral patterns. Sometimes it's about sometimes the environment is completely at fault and you need to move environment. Sometimes medications help you, right? There are many different ways to deal with depression, and they try different ways. Medication being one of them. All right, Blasphemous said, to further my theory, I believe these same people that would turn to alcohol or drugs would rather not think which is way they would rather not think. When you say think here, Blasphemous, do you mean introspection? I mean, a lot of my depressions has been rejection of certain types of introspections, like rejecting certain types of thoughts, right? Part of it, at least. Part of it has been, like, benefits that I have had from therapy has been to think in different ways, right? Someone has helped me to think in ways that I was not capable of thinking, different methodologies of thinking, right? So it's I don't know if I agree with would rather not think. I would probably say maybe are not capable of thinking in those lines that you are thinking about. I'm not sure though. Colgate Innotab, was that a Psychopass reference? I didn't know such reference. I've seen Psychopass. I don't remember much of it to reference it though. So Node Runner said the therapy thing. Blasphemous says many people find therapy unhelpful when they find a bad therapist and decide it's not for them. All therapists are not created equal. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Like good therapy, I would recommend everybody. Bad therapy, not so much. And I mean, yeah, I've had therapy, actually not even therapists, but like social workers. I've been talking to different social workers with that has helped me with different things, not necessarily specifically therapy, but therapeutic talks, if we want to call them that. Whereas some therapists have helped me with some aspect and some other person has helped me with another aspect of my life, right? So switching around a lot, I see beneficial as well. Like going to one therapist for a while, going to another for another while, and then another, and then a third, and a fourth, and so on and so forth. But that's way off. That's not a viable political idea, right? We're far off from a society that would look anyway close to that. Node Runner agreed that not all therapists are created equal. Well, they're not created. Blasphemous says, rather not think about what's making them depressed. Yeah, exactly. That's part of depression, right? There's something that you're not dealing with. Oftentimes. I can see depression being like some emotional thing that you are not handling very well. Yeah. Node Runner says, if you think of depression as being lost at sea, medication is settling the waves down a bit. Therapy is swimming towards the shore. Yeah, I like that metaphor. For me, none of the medicines that I've ever tried, and I've tried 6, 7, somewhere between 6 and 10. I'm not quite sure. Probably 7. I don't remember. I've been many different ways, and none of them have ever settled the waves down. They have not done that. Not a bit. The medications have not helped. Well, also we have been very focused on talking about the serotonin pills, the chemical imbalance pills, rather than the feel-good pills, right? There are two different approaches to pilling and depression, right? The feel-good pills, the feel-good pills settle the waves, but they don't change anything as well. They just let you deal with whatever situation you're in, kinda, I think. Alright, we do have some room here for building something. Benzos? Yes, I did try some benzos, I think. Oh, well. Yeah, I'm terrible with names, but I'm pretty sure I tried some whatever. Benzos. Blasphemous says, as a man that enjoys thinking, you most likely have good reasons to feel depressed. Reasons. Good reasons? I don't know about that. I would argue any reason any person is depressed is bad and should be changed. Right? If there's Like there are outer reasons that were out of my control, and there were inner reasons that were within my control. Right? And I mean, so the ones that were in my control, if we put it that way, me not learning to deal with them, I feel a little bit sad about. Like sometimes, like I try not to, like, but I could see myself at a bad day feeling regret over not learning to deal with those types of emotions earlier in my life. Like anger issues, for example. I had how I learned to deal with anger was super fucking maladaptive. It was not good for me. Not close to good for me, right? I just try to reject and not accept me feeling anger whatsoever. Right? And that's a common thread. That's like a common mental bad, well, maladaptive kind of way to deal with anger, I suppose. And maybe you consider like the outer, like people being mean to me and not allowing me to become angry. That's a good reason to become depressed. I mean, an environment that does not allow my anger to be an accepted part of my personality, that could be, from one perspective, be seen as a good reason to become depressed. Not being allowed to have your emotions, like no matter what emotions those were. I could see that as I mean, still, I would say that, well, from a political point of view, it's bad, and people should not treat other people like that. People do not decide their emotions. Their emotions are stuff that happens to them. Right? And then stigmatizing anyone because of their emotions becomes rude. And I would argue for policies that goes against that, if that makes sense. Blasphemous says, especially if your condition you mentioned before is not empathized. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, that is, I mean, that also becomes, there it becomes a communication issue, right? Like my personality and the way I work is that I'm very bad at communicating emotions. So feeling empathy towards me becomes super fucking difficult, doesn't it? Right. That's one of the reasons both of my partnerships fell apart, right? I mean, it's a little bit cliched, right? The man not expressing his feelings. Oh no! How does that happen? No donor says, what about stigmatizing people who cause your emotion? Oh, but that, here we get into... Oh, that's super fucking interesting. That's an interesting question, Node Runner. Stigmatizing... Well, people don't cause emotions, though. Like, you are not causing an emotion within me. My perspective of your actions are causing an emotion. If that makes sense. Right. You can manipulate me to get angry, but you are not the cause of that anger, if that makes sense. So I'm guessing you mean people manipulating other people to elicit some kind of emotion. No, I mean, that again would imply that anger is something that should not. I mean, it's still right. If someone does a behavior and my reaction being anger to that behavior, that doesn't necessarily say anything bad about their behavior or my emotions, right? It just says that I don't like the way that this person behaved. And I can give my reaction to them, right? I can either healthily or unhealthily, I can give a reaction and try to ask, or like in some sort of capacity, try to ask them to change their behavior, either forcefully or friendly or whatever. I can have a positive reaction, right? I don't need to stigmatize their behavior. Like, it was a part of communication, right? Their behavior and my emotional reaction. Their behavior does not need to be stigmatized. No, I don't think so. Right? Because their behavior was a behavior that, for me, like, that I don't like. They like behaving in that manner. Maybe we can find some sort of agreement where they don't behave like that within my, like when I'm around, right? No need to stigmatize that behavior, I suppose. Oh, right, yeah, exactly. Especially not always with intent. I mean, most of the time, the person who has made whatever behavior in this context probably did not intend to anger me. Most often that is the case, right? Yeah, most often that is the case. Their intent was not to make me angry with their behavior. And even if their intent was to make me angry, then, right, I mean, if there was like a violent behavior, I would get behind stigmatization of violent and rude behavior. I would probably get behind stigmatization like murder. I find that makes me angry. Sometimes, not always, but some murders and some murders not, and I would get behind. But that's my political opinion again. That some behaviors I would move away from, and probably want to see stigmatized. I can see that when the intent was harm. Yeah. Blasphemous have accepted that they just don't know any better. Yeah. And are not worth the time. Yeah, right. It depends. I try to, like, some people are like that, right? Some people I would stay away from. Like, I don't go to church. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, I can see that. Like, some people you stay away from. Other people, I mean, if someone hurts your feeling, I mean, most often when your feelings get hurt, it's usually, most often it's someone close to you. And then, right, like in a relationship, just because someone hurt your feelings, like especially if it's not intentional, and like they didn't know any better, then it's partly I see it as it's my responsibility to communicate my emotions in a healthy manner, and they then, which allows them to, because they did not intend to hurt my feelings, right? And that is me doing them a favor, right? Communicating my feelings properly. I'm doing them the favor of doing that so they can change their behavior if they so choose. So there's no need to, go our separate ways if we can find an agreement, I think. Nodrunner says, I think I went to church once. Oh, I've been in church many times. Last was just a couple of years ago. I was a child and my grandma took me. It was rather boring. Can't recommend it. Exactly. I've been to... Yeah, the last time was a wedding. And before that was 10 years. It was 10 years ago. Something like that. It was a baptism. And I was pissed. I always get pissed. They hurt my feelings. The priests. No, oh man. Yeah, I was a little bit pissed there. No, I wasn't pissed at the priest. I was pissed at the family. Right? Why are we doing this? We're all lying. We're letting the priest do this thing to my nephew. And we're all lying because none of us are religious. Fucking traditionalists. Oof. I was pissed. And I was pissed like the part that made me go, like the emotion that made me go anti-religions at the first time was at the funeral. My grandmother. And the priest was saying a lot of bullshit about my grandmother that I did not like. And that started my path. I think that was my emotional start to being anti-religious organizations. I'm pretty sure that was the start as a small kid. Blasphemous says, I dislike when church tries to convince children that have no idea what it is. That abortion is bad before they can form their own opinions. Yeah, like trying to convince them that Santa Claus won't give them presents if they're not nice. I dislike that as well. Right, Blasphemous. Nordrunner says, when I was a child, my parents didn't baptize me. Nice. But they did suspect my grandma had me baptized anyways at some point. Yeah. They tricked me into, we had confirmation, like Protestant confirmations at like early teens. I don't remember when. But I feel tricked. Because there's a lot of presents involved. And everybody does it. One of my regrets. Right, we can probably take 2 here. I'm considering taking inserters. Building inserters here. Either that or... No, yeah, inserters. That is, and all of them need, like here we go, yellow inserters. These need yellow, these need yellow, these need blue, so we need blue, and these need blue, and these needs green. Yeah, so it's a straight line. First we do yellow into blue. No, yellow into, yeah, yellow into blue into... Actually, I don't think I need to craft these. I can craft these by hand. If I just make a lot of blue and a lot like yellow for the science. Yeah, yellow for the science, red for my inventory, blue for this, and blue for my inventory, and I can craft these by hand when I need them. That is just fine. So inserters are just gonna be easy, I guess. Let's see, Blasphemous says that once again comes back to how many people will ever escape their indoctrination. Oh, there is this quote. Fuck, I'm paraphrasing now, but paradigm shift does not happen because the proponents get convinced. It happens because they eventually die out. Wait, I missed something here. Node you mean like all the people who were homeschooled? Wait, indoctrinations? I mean, everybody gets indoctrinated all the time. Some people get indoctrinated to be very thoughtful and think everything through with logic and rationality. Should they escape their indoctrinations? Yes, those that were homeschooled may have experienced less indoctrination. Well, their parents indoctrinate them. I mean, we don't know. Whoever indoctrinates, right? Parents do that a lot. There's a trend in Sweden where teachers, like a trend, we're moving slowly towards it, where teachers try to do it less and less. To teach more and more critical thinking and try to remove their own biases from what they're teaching. There's a trend for teachers in school. It's moving in that direction slowly. No Runner says, imagine being sent to an indoctrination facility at a young age until you're an adult. Oh no, imagine. I can't imagine, not at all. There will be no To the Moon today either, damn it. This was too interesting. Blasphemous had too many interesting things to talk about, so I completely missed my timeline. Too very fucking interesting about indoctrination. Yeah, and I mean, and that's why I'm arguing for teaching ethics in school, right? Because teaching, we all like teaching. Teaching is a good thing, but it's also indoctrination. To the Planet Factorio is on. Yes, indeed. Oh man, I love Factorio. I like just looking at it like this. Nothing is happening here. Nothing is happening. I'm still just enjoy looking at it in the background, seeing the belts moving, and nothing else. And just thinking about what to do next. Oh, we can do some fancy fucking shit, can't we? I can do something like this, so I can make this into yellow, and then I can grab that yellow into some fancy pants bullshit. Something like this, and then I can have the blue moved into some other fancy pants shit like... No, wait, right. I'm not doing any of these. These I'm crafting by hand. Alright, which means all the blue... Oh, fuck. The issue is, though, that I need yellow on a belt. Which means I could do something like this. And I can put these in like a chest. I don't think I need blue for anything else, but if I do, I can... No, I can use this, and I can use this. Like, we need other inputs. Fancy pants stuff. Look at it. Something like that? Blasphemous says, if I had a metal band, I'd call it Indoctrinated Since Birth. ISB? Wait. Oh man, that's so close to IBS as a concatenation. Is that what it's called? Concatenation? Oh man, that ironic. No. Yeah, because it's all bullshit, right? There we go. But let's see, what was the question again? How many people will ever escape their indoctrination? I mean, it depends on how you define all those words. But the way I look at it is that the trend is, like society over hundreds of years, the trend is less, and we're moving away from indoctrinations towards self-made critical thinking. That is the trend. Oh. No Donor says, have you ever heard of Yorg.io? It's like Factorio. I have not, I don't think. Yorg.io, I guess. I've played this. This is great. Yorg.io. But is this a fork of shapes.io or something? Oh, hello, BKK Green Mango. Nice to see you again. How are you feeling today? And the word I was looking for, he helps me out and says acronym. Thank you. The acronym. Concatenation is where you put do not into don't. That's the thing, right? No, it's a standalone game. Why is shapes down here? It's made by the author of shapes.io. All right. Here we go. I haven't played shapes since the update. I played that some time ago. Here we go. Tower defense, upgrades, and zombies. Won't look into that today, but we will look into it. And also sold on Steam. Just as shapes is. I think I bought shapes on Steam. I think I have it on Steam. But I'll do the same thing since I can't try it out. I'll try it out, and if I like it enough, then I'll buy it. I like that system. I'm cheap in that sense. Alright, so what do we need? We need 3 things. Ooh, which actually, since we need 3 things, yeah, we can make this a 3-tiered thing. So we craft... No, we get iron gear wheels. So we could craft electronic circuits. No. Crafting electronic circuits would be fucking annoying. So no. We just pull them out from here. Fuck, I need to move everything up 1 space though. Yeah, 1 space is enough. Just, I want 2... Wait, because I don't need any more here, do I? Actually, let's move everything up 2 spaces. Or all the way up here? Yeah, let's move it all the way up here. All right. Like that. And get you out of the way. Like this is the case, right? This is the way we want it. Oh, wait. Like this. Doing fancy shit just because. I don't think this is the efficient way to do it. It's just the fancy way to do it. I like being fancy. Node says the Steam version of Yorg.io requires Proton, as it's not Linux supported. Also, it is particular about how you run it. So you have to use Proton 5.0-10. All right. I'm guessing that is information that is, if I don't remember it, when sometime in the future I try that game out, the information will be available in ProtonDB, I'm guessing. Oh man, does this work out? It seems to be working out just the way I want it to. And this one. Then 1, 2, 3, something like this. That should be enough. And then we place... Ah. Doesn't become pretty, I suppose, but it works. Whatever. This is fine. This is fine. It doesn't have to be pretty. It's fancy. It's modern art. I don't know. All right, so... Oh, wait. Oh, what am I doing? Here we go. And like that. Nope. So, 1, 2, 3. We need more blue. There we go. Let's see. NodeRunner says it is in ProtonDB. Nice. I played, and he continues, I played another game recently that required Proton 5.0-10. There is something particular about that version of Proton that regressed in later versions. Yeah, something changed. Shit happens. Alright, what time is it? 10:02? Do we have time for a little bit of set theory before lunch? If you're here, call Get In on Tap. Is there anything specific that you had in mind? Oops. There we go. Oh, nice. Good job, NodeRunner. And congratulations, I suppose. He hit over 3,000 games on his Steam profile. Very nice. Axioms of the ZFZ. Right. Do you have a link to it, or do you want to explain it yourself? Axiom, starting out points of the... Alright, let me first... Axiom, like I'm learning about set theory here is what's going on for those who weren't here before. So, axioms are the starting out rules, guidelines. Wait. So wait, when we're talking about sets, are axioms the rules that creates the sets? That is how it works, right? Colgating on tap. And Z of Z is the basic set of like most conventional math that is done today. Wait, no, you have different sets for that. Like you have natural numbers, you have, fuck, I don't remember what they all were called, but natural are like 0 and plus, and then you have the extended version where you have the negative numbers and you can extend it in a different way by adding decimals, right? All those are different axioms. Node Runner said, started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. 3,000 games. I have over 300 and I'm happy about that. So axioms, oh, that is why you used plural, right? But instead of C has many different axioms, right? Wait, their definitions. Whose? There's a pronoun there that I'm missing out. There's their definitions. Whose definitions stem from... Alright, so the ZFC axioms generate the natural numbers and the negative number and the decimal numbers. The number fields. Alright. So let's take a quick look at ZFC axioms. Is there a list? This is the theory, so we're guessing that... here they are, listed, all the axioms. Right? There are many equivalent formulations of the ZFC axioms. Oh, interesting. So they are expressing the starting off points rules. Are they rules? Should we call them rules, the axioms? No, we should call them axioms, because that is what they're called. So they are equivalent, so they have the same consequences, but even though they are formulated differently. For a discussion of this, we don't care about the discussion. The following particular axiom set is from the Kuhnen 1980. The axioms per se are expressed in the symbolism of first-order logic. Alright, I need a refresher on first-order logic then. First-order logic, also known as predicate logic or quantification logic, and first-order predicate calculus, is a collection of formal systems used in mathematics, philosophy, linguistics, and computer science. First-order logic uses quantified variables, that is numbers, right? In logic, a quantifier is an operator that specifies how many individuals in the domain of discourse satisfy an open formula. I always have trouble with formal logic. I like, well, formal language. I like fuzzy language. I like negotiation of meaning, which they have already done here. Like we talked about that the other day, right? Was it yesterday? About people doing a lot of work to create these definitions and that these are the words that we need to use. And when you learn, we only get the results. We don't get how they got to this place. We need to backtrack and find all the mistakes, so it gets difficult to wrap your head around all these definitions. First order logic uses quantified variables over non-logical objects and allows the use of sentences that contains variables, so that rather than propositions such as Socrates is a man, one can have expressions in the form of there exists x such as x, that there exists X such that X is Socrates and X is a man. Where there exists is a quantifier, while X is a variable. I am way better with propositions. I've not studied this type of language enough. All right. And this I understand. All right. So this is just Xifying Socrates. This is for generalizations. That is the whole point of this. Quantifying. It's about being able to generalize. Like from this here, we can generalize about Socrates and we can generalize about the man. We can't really do anything with it because it becomes fuzzy immediately. Because it's Madrid a man, and what are the differences? But here we have X, and we can make X, we can create axioms about X so that X works for both me and Socrates. Right? That is the value of first order logic. No? Wait. Colgating on top says wrong way. E is existential quantifier. Wrong way. A is universal quantifier. Oh man. You need to be clearer than that. I don't understand what you mean at all. Existential. Existential mean there exists. And then you use the letter E instead of X. Okay? And A is used for universal quantifier. Wait, did I say something about exists? Ah, here it says, there exists X such that X is Socrates and X is a man. Do you say that this is wrong? Are you saying that the Wikipedia article on first order logic don't understand first order logic? Is it supposed to be an E here instead of X? Or is that just what you're saying? There exists is an existential quantifier. All right? X is a variable. Yeah. This variable exists. Yeah, it is correct, right? Yeah, there exists says that the variable exists, and we call this variable X. And that variable is Socrates, and he's a man. All right, so I'm not X. X is just Socrates, and X is a man. It has to be, X has to be Socrates. Then I missed the difference. What's the point then? Is it... There exists is a quantifier, while X is a variable. This distinguishes it from propositional logic, which do not use quantifiers. In logic, a quantifier is an operator that specifies how many. Oh, right. So this first order logic is just to say that there is one Socrates. It's just putting a number upon it so we can use math. The first order logic is just turning stuff into math. Right? Oh, you're teaching the flipped around E. This could be a flipped around E. It's the formal language, right? Flipped around, E could be replaced with there exists. There exists at least one. But here it just says there exists. But you could say there exists at least one. And I mean, Socrates could have a father. Wait. They didn't have, well, let's say it was his surname. Or, well, his father had the same name as him. Then there it exists Socrates, such that X is Socrates and X is a man. And if his father's name was Socrates, there would be two X's. Right? That makes sense. And the difference here is that we don't quantify it. So first order is collection of formal systems used in all of these things, uses quantified variables over non-logical. First order logic uses quantified variables over non-logical objects. What is a non-logical object then? And allows the use of sentences that contain variables. So that rather than prepositions such as Socrates is man, yeah, right. So I'm guessing Socrates is a non-logical object. Man is a non-logical object in this sense, right? Wait. No, I don't understand. What is the point of that? Non-logical objects. It doesn't say anything. What about non-logical? That doesn't seem helpful. Non-logical symbol. Is that the same thing? Probably not. What is an... Oh, alright, so what about a logical object? No, I did not mean a local object. Check the section on non-logical symbols. Alright, non-logical symbols. Where did it go? Here we go. In logic, the formal language is used to create expressions that consists of symbols, which can be broadly divided into constants and variables. Yeah, I'm okay with that. The constants of a language can be further divided into... The constants can be divided into logical symbols and non-logical symbols. So they are constants. So that would mean that man is a constant. Socrates is not. Right? Would that be the way it works in this example? That in first order logic, quantifiable variables, that is the X that we're creating, but we're creating it by Socrates and a man. Socrates is a constant as well. Are both of them non-logical? The non-logical symbols of language of first order logic consists of predicates. Is the formalization of the mathematical concept of statement. Right. And individual... Wait. The non-logical symbols of a language of first order logic consists of predicates and individual constants. These include symbols that in an interpretation may stand for individual constants, variables, functions, or predicates. A language of first-order logic is a formal language over the alphabet consisting of its non-logical symbols and its logical symbols. The latter include logical connectives, quantifiers, and variables that stands for statements. Oof! Alright. So, started with first order. We got from here. Let's see. We said that axioms are expressed as first order logic. Those are the rules. We create the rules by using first order logic. They associate in English prose only. Alright, the associated English prose is only intended to aid intuition. Yeah, right, I can get that. So this, we used first order logic. We have examples. No, yeah, here we go. We start getting examples. This is the language of first order logic, right? So that is the type of language that is used to create the axioms. And I don't know if this is a sidetrack for now, looking at the logical objects. You can just call them constants, right? Blasphemous asks, what does this mean, Colgate? Wait, what? This? This is the basis for math. Right? All public math, like you learn in public school, is based on this theory. Thermalo-Frankel set theory. Like this is the foundation of math, if I understand it correctly, right? Or most math. I mean, all math that I will ever be exposed to, probably, comes from this place. Most math comes from this set theory. So this is the rules, the very basic rules of math, right? And it's those rules, these rules are written with the language of first order logic. So the mathematical language is derived from first order logic, which is kind of makes sense. Like I say, all sciences stem from philosophy. First it was philosophy, and then it became science. Right? As soon as a philosopher came to the conclusion that this checks out, this works, this is correct, then it is no longer philosophy, right? Then it is what we call science. I'm guessing math should be considered a science, right? Or is math its own thing next to science? Because I don't think there is any science that don't use math. Well, yeah, qualitative science don't use math. Quantitative science, it says so in the word, right? Quantitative, it uses math. So math is a part of science. There we go. But it's also its own thing. Right? Yes, math, it's its own thing. It is used in all sciences. But it's also derived from philosophy, from logic, first order logic. Like we create first order logic and generate math from that. Colgate on tab says, I don't think it's necessary to classify math as science or non-science. Yeah, right, no, exactly. It's its own thing. But all science uses it. So it's kind of... Yeah. right? Science requires math. So you don't have to classify math as science, right? You have to classify science as math. Well, part of science is math. There we go. That's the classification I was looking for in my mind for a tree hierarchical thing. Everything stems from philosophy and goes out. Then on one branch we get first order logic, and from first order logic, from philosophy, we generate math. And there is another, we generate different sciences here and here and here, but all of them becomes connected to math. Yeah, this is interesting. But I think, so next time, if we're gonna read and learn about this, learn a little bit about more about first order logic to be able to get into, I mean, to read the axioms, we need to understand the first order logic to be able to read them in a proper way, right? Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Like reading the, I mean, we could just skip reading this part and just reading this part. But if we're gonna have me learning about set theory, I I've for a long time felt that not being able to read this is something that I've been lacking. Yeah. I don't know how much, yeah, we can spend like a couple of minutes here and there on the stream to do this. I'm happy doing that. Sure. Colgatino Tab says, also maybe read about proposal logic before first order logic. You mean propositional? I mean, propositional logic is, I think I've read this, yeah. This I have studied. Like, yeah. Oh, calculus. All right. It was a long time ago, so it's worth a refresher, right? But this, my mind is pretty good at, it's pretty good at this, right? I don't formalize it in my mind, but I have a knack for when someone is pulling out argument. I have a knack, well, when someone gives an argument or gives a statement or some, like a proposition. When someone does a proposition, like a statement about the world, right? Statement logic. I have done enough philosophy that I'm pretty good at just extracting premises. That's one of my strengths. Yeah. I haven't done a lot of formalizing, but I've talked so much philosophy, and this is such an important part of philosophy. Usually, like we do this all the time in our discussions that we're having on this channel. When you're coming here and talking about with me, we're doing this a lot, right? We don't formalize it, but this is what we're doing. We do it in a fussy manner. Colgatino Tab says, great, then it's not hard to get into first order logic. Oh, well, for me, that's the problem, right? Because I have a knack for figuring this out without the P-Q thing. I have a knack for this. I've skipped this. Since I have a knack for this, I've just been cheating and just doing this part and not doing this part. Since I don't have a knack for this, I don't have a knack for math in the same way. I would need to learn this, I think. And that is since I've skipped this part, I think learning how to read this type of language is my biggest weakness in this sense. So maybe learning the actual first order logic is maybe not so difficult for me. It's just this with math, right? This but numberified, if we put it that way. It's more of understanding the symbols, I suppose. Oh, Colgatin on Stab says, we also do fuzzy first order logic. Of course we do. Yeah. But fuzzy becomes difficult for me, I think. Maybe. But it is lunchtime. Wasn't planning on staying this long on ZFC. But yeah, I mean, a little bit of this every day when there's a lull, that's fine. Before I leave, did I finish this up in a way that I'm happy with? We can drag the second line here. And, right, because you only need iron and electronic circuits, which is perfect. Oh, can I... just to... Somehow I want to do this. I'm just gonna put these out here. Just to remember, so I can work around them. Yeah. Or wait, no. That's completely unnecessary because I'm gonna pull them onto this. Yeah, right. No, that's completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Just, I have a habit of forgetting what I'm planning otherwise. So just to show myself what I'm planning, just pull that straight onto that. So we know that's what we're doing, because those will go further north and they will become green science. That means that, yeah, we start here somewhere. We're gonna start creating somewhere here. We're gonna start creating these. And after that comes the science. Because holy shit. You can't imagine, you who have not played this game before, you can't imagine how many of these we need. Look at that. We need so many of them. We need a lot. We need a lot of them. And you see, all of them takes 2 electronic circuits. And this is where you see the 4 copper cables. This, when we start crafting these, this is when copper is gonna start becoming a problem. Because it needs 5 raw copper. But that's like, you need copper for these and copper for these. Well, that is why we are also... Actually, we're gonna start out by doing something like this. Something like this. Somewhere up there. And that is the plan for tomorrow. Right? Yeah, we want the science because we need... What do we need as fast as possible? We need this. This we need as fast as possible. Because we want to fix. Our oil processing is unacceptable as it stands. Unacceptable is what it is. Alright, so thanks for hanging out today. Sorry we missed To the Moon. We'll get into it tomorrow again. Man, it was just getting so exciting in To the Moon as well. There was just so many interesting things to talk about today. So as usual, thanks for hanging out. See you next time, and yeah, cheers.